In 1964, the idea for a state versus state competition for exhibition budgerigars was born. 11 years on, and Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia had faced off for the very first time. By 1983, all states were competing. This show brings together the most elite young budgerigars in Australia, the best of the best. These birds go through a rigorous selection process just to make it this far. They may have to compete at their club level before earning the right to go up against the best in their state, where they need to finish top 3. They need to do that just to get here today. In real terms, that's less than 4 budgerigars for every 1,000 club-run birds bred last year. These 84 birds from each team are entrusted to a group of carers who have a week to prepare them for the pinnacle event on the Australian budgerigar calendar. Winners of these classes are immortalised with a logie, the ultimate prize for any given variety. 28 logies are on offer here this weekend. Wins at a national level from 1983 onwards are recognised towards the ultimate goal of a place in the ANBC Hall of Fame.
And the winner of the 45th Annual ANBC National Titles is Victoria! It's time!
Who will win this year? Will Team Victoria, led by Phil Hoadley, Greg Rowe and Ray Slade, make it a three-peat? Or will Team New South Wales, led by James Matthews, Barry Wise and Cam Hewitt, upset their party? Will it be the boys from South Queensland, Neil Love, Jamie Wright and Garrett Hibbett? Or could Far North Queensland have Russell Ogden, Cheryl Ogden and Bruce Schuster come to the party? Could it be Team Tasmania, led by Jim Fletcher, Derek Poole and Dale Ward? Or Team WA, led by Debbie and Mick Gearing and Norm Wheatley? Or could the local boys of Michael Smith, Doug Lang and Kelvin Kokoski bring it home for South Australia?
To find out as we officially open the 46th ANBC National Titles, live to you from Victor Harbor, hosted by the BCSA. Let the judging begin!
Good morning all.
Morning.
Welcome to day 2 of the ANBC 46th National Show, hosted by the Budgerigar Council of South Australia at the Victor Harbor Convention Centre on the beautiful McCracken Estate, and proudly sponsored by Golden Cob. Just a few things we need to mention before the judging commences. Mark will talk to you about the lucky squares that are still available at present.
Yep, so just letting everyone know, there's 68 squares remaining out of the 500 squares that we kicked off with. Closing time for those is 10:30 AM South Australian time today, and the draw will be at the end of judging.
Yes, good. Just a quick update, not an update, a review of the point score as we left it yesterday afternoon. Victoria on 326 points, New South Wales 268, South Queensland 254, South Australia 213, Western Australia 156, North Queensland 125 and Tasmania 107. I think we're going to cross over to the auction birds for today's auction.
Okay, so on our screen there, as you can see, the first pair of birds we've got are from Mike Huth, breeder from Victoria. The two he has available in the pair are a normal grey-green cock and a normal cinnamon light green hen. As you can see there, nice big birds. The quality of the relatives around that, you can see pictures of siblings to the cockbird, an uncle to the hen. Lots of big birds, plenty of feather.
A lot of feather, a lot of depth of mask and a lot of active feather on the top of the head.
So congratulations for Mike for putting up such a quality pair of birds and making them available to people. Okay, our next pair we've got up on the screen a normal sky blue cockbird, and it looks like a
Whitecaps,
opaline whitecap hen. Both birds have been made available by the O'Callaghan family from North Central Queensland zone. As you can see there, they look a well-balanced pair. They look like they'd complement each other as a pairing to put together themselves. The O'Callaghan family actually won the inaugural Whitecap class at Penrith, so that was the first time that we had the Whitecap as a demonstration class. So yeah, good pair of budgerigars that would go very well together. Okay, the next pair we're moving on to are the pair from Tim Gleeson from New South Wales. So you can see a lovely, stylish, showy grey cockbird, normal grey cockbird, and a beautifully clean, normal cinnamon light green hen. We can see that they've got some strength in their bloodlines. Tim's been successful at the national level, and he's mentioned that the cockbird goes back to, well, both birds actually go back to some of his previous national winners. So quality pair from Tim Gleeson, so well done Tim, and good luck to whoever buys them. Okay, we've got a stride. Next pair we have up is a striking pair of golden faces from Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. Jason and Wayne were lucky enough to win the dilute class yesterday.
I don't think there was any luck involved. I think they were well-deserved winners of that class.
Well, actually, they weren't lucky, but yeah, it's always a joy to win a national class. So.
The golden face, these two birds here, are well complemented. Very good variety birds, deep colour. Would be probably double factor golden face, as they don't carry any suffusion through the body, and their wings are quite clear.
A good balanced pair. You can see the strength of the hen. She's got lovely shoulders, so well done to Jason and Wayne for making a lovely pair available in the ANBC auction. Okay, the next pair we have up are a pair of dilutes from Vic Murray from Victoria. Now, Vic's been extremely successful with the dilutes over previous or recent years at the national show. I'm pretty sure I think he finished second yesterday from memory. I could be wrong there. But you can see the showiness, the style, the shape of that pair of birds that are a hallmark of Vic's birds, especially his dilutes. We can see that they're related to previous birds that he's had success at the Nationals with. So a very nice pair of dilutes, and I'm sure anyone breeding dilutes or someone wanting to start out would be a great addition to their bird room. Okay, so moving on to our next pair we have available in the ANBC auction. We've got a pair of Lutinos from Alan Rowe. So the cockbird is a brother to a diploma winner he had at United Show, and you can see the hen, lovely, good, strong quality hen to go with the cockbird as well. And
looking at the birds too, the colour looks quite good. They've got cockbird's got a lot of feather over the top of the cere, a lot of height. So yeah, very nice pair.
Alan Rowe is a member of the ANBC Hall of Fame for breeder excellence, and he's put up a wonderful pair of Lutinos.
Yes, and he's won a national class more than once on the albino class, on the Lutino class. Quite a successful Lutino breeder.
Okay, so the next pair we've got available up on the screen are
two Lutinos from the Hibbard family.
Yes, two Lutinos from the Hibbard family. So we've got, looks like a lovely colour on the birds. Now, Gary Hibbard's been extremely successful. He actually won the Lutino class at
last year.
2019 Nationals in Brisbane. You can see
He
the
ran-
bird that ran third yesterday is related to the cockbird that he has made available in the auction. So you can see the quality in the birds there in the photos. He's been extremely successful with his Lutinos. So
And they're renowned for their colour. They always have very good colour. Yeah.
okay, all right. So we're back. Next pair we've got are a pair of dark-eyed clears from Mort Fatting. Again, Mort has been extremely successful with his dark-eyed clears over recent times. Prior to yesterday, he'd won 2 out of the last 3 national shows with dark-eyed clears.
Run second in the dark-eyed clears yesterday.
With a very nice bird. And you can see for dark-eyed clears, we've got good size. The white cockbird there, showing good length of body. The hen, lovely shape. So really that'd be a fantastic addition to anyone wanting to start out with dark-eyed clears, or for breeders who already have them to add to their stock. So well done, Mort. Lovely pair of dark-eyed clears. Okay, so our next pair we have up in the auction available are a pair of cinnamon wings from Mike and Debbie Gearing from Western Australia. So we can see lovely length of body in the cinnamon grey-green hen. Nice facial features on both birds, showing modern feather, directional feather on the birds.
Just to explain a little bit about the length of body, we're talking about the distance from the perch to the top of the beak. So it's the curl we're talking about from perch to the top of the mask. Sorry, to the bottom of the mask, that distance between that.
So when you're looking at the body colour, you're looking at that length from the perch to the bottom of their mask where their spots are. They've been very successful at the national level. Mick and Debbie Gearing had lots of birds represent Western Australia, or to represent Western Australia yesterday and today.
Just to mention too, the wing carriage on both those birds are quite good.
For nice big budgerigars by the looks of it. Lovely cinnamon markings too on both birds.
Yeah. Good pair, good complement each other, that pair.
Okay, so the next pair we have available are a pair of cinnamon wings again from Ian Hunter, a breeder from Victoria.
Ian's a renowned cinnamon breeder and always places good, big, strong birds on the bench.
He does, and you can see in the comments there that Ian's made that both birds are good size. They have good outline. You can see the cockbird standing nice and upright there in the middle photo. Good spot size on both birds, so you would expect that to carry on in their progeny. They're both carrying good, which is a feature of Ian's birds. He's always had good spot in his birds.
You can see this, the cockbird is well up off the perch, and that'll benefit that hen. She needs to complement that pair quite good, because the hen's depth of mass is quite good.
And
good cap.
again, the quality of birds that breeders are making available in this auction, a very, very high quality.
Yeah. Yes, to the Nationals next year. Where we're going to go next year?
Where are we going?
Ballarat.
We're going to Ballarat, aren't we?
Yes, Ballarat. We will have videos of during the day screening the Ballarat and the venue and the area. So
Yep. So we'll get a bit of an update later in the day.
we're going to transfer to the Ballarat video now for everyone to have a look.
So. You going, Gary? No? You're not going to go?
No, I'm trying to listen through the headset to work out what's going on. And so what we have, this is the first two classes for the day.
There we go, that came around really quickly. Right, so we've got class 15 and 16 are our first classes up today. Class 15 is the cinnamon wing class, class 16 is the Spangled double factor class. So what we'll do while we've got a chance is we'll run through the cages and the exhibitors for those cages. So in the cinnamon wing class, we have Cage A, Ian Snyder from North Central Queensland. Cage B, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage C, M&D Gearing from Western Australia. Cage D, the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage E, Jamie Wright from South Queensland. Cage F, B and M Wise from New South Wales. Cage G, Trevor Johnson from Tasmania. Cage H, Peter Cross from Tasmania. Cage I, Dennis Lohman from South Australia. Cage J, Alan Jeske from Western Australia. Cage K, Sue Strenich from New South Wales. Cage L, Brian Walters from South Queensland. Cage M, Ivan Mamick from Victoria. Cage N, the O'Callaghan family from North Central Queensland. Cage O, the Charlesworth family from Tasmania. Cage P, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. Q, another bird from Jeffrey Leong in Victoria. Cage R, another bird from Ian Schneider in North Central Queensland. Cage S from Mario Capasso from New South Wales. Cage T, Adam and Amanda Francis from South Queensland. And Cage U, M&D Gearing from WA.
Well done, Mark. Okay, let's cross over now to the exhibitors for the double factor Spangled class. Cage A is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Cage B, Cedric DeCosta from South Queensland. Cage C, J and N Goodale from North Queensland. E Cook from Victoria and Cage D. Cage E is Derek Poole from Tasmania. Cage F is Mark Chandler from New South Wales. Cage G is the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage H from Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Cage I from M&S Evans from Northern and Central Queensland. Cage J is Dale Ward from Tasmania. Cage K, Graham McCullen from South Australia. L, Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland. Cage M is Rob Pfeffer from New South Wales. Cage N is Vic Murray from Victoria. Cage O is Tony Butt from New South Wales. Cage P is D Wales from Northern and Central Queensland. Cage Q is Graham McCullen from South Australia. Cage R, Alan Kent from South Queensland. Cage S from Mel Goldsmith from Tasmania. And Cage T is a Arthurlanian from Victoria. And Cage U is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. So
nice work, guys.
So the birds are up on the bench. So now looking at it's Steve Moe and
Peter Thurn will be paired together in this morning's session.
Doing the cinnamons, and John Mully and Scott Erickson will be doing the double factor Spangle.
And we'll look at that. That's
just
a
quick
nice
preview. Cage B is big solid bird. I think the cinnamon class is normally a very strong class at the Nationals. So it'll be interesting seeing the quality we have today. As are the double factors. Normally we have some very good double factors at the top end of this class.
So we're both kicking off with some strong classes by the look of it on day two. Good luck to the exhibitors in these classes and all classes coming up today.
Just a bit of a briefing on the cinnamon class. Last year's winner was Paul Bayliss in New South Wales. Previous to that, it was in 2018, it was New South Wales. In Mackay in 2017, New South Wales. Hobart 2016 was South Queensland. And Mandurah in 2015 was South Queensland. So looking at that, New South Wales and South Queensland have had a healthy competition over the last 5 years. So let's hope New South Wales get over the line today.
And just a special mention, Paul Bayliss has actually won 2 out of the last 3 nationals, so that's quite an achievement for Paul Bayliss.
Good luck to you today, Paul, too. So the double factor Spangled class, so the last year's winner was Cedric de Costa from South Queensland. 2018 in Penrith was New South Wales. Mackay, New South Wales in 2017. 2016 in Hobart was South Queensland. 2015 in Mandurah was South Queensland. So as again, it's exactly the same as the Cinnamons. It's the New South Wales, South Queensland show.
With South Queensland winning 3 out of the last 5, so yeah.
Let's see how the judging goes today.
That's exactly right. So just a bit of history on the cinnamon wing. So basically that variety appeared in Australia and England around the same time, and then a little later on in Germany. So the first birds that were identified in Australia and bred were in 1933 in South Australia, so yeah, pretty local to where we are now. And in regards to the double factor Spangle, well, that appeared shortly after the Spangle variety appeared. So we're looking at the mid-70s, 1970s, so actually the Spangle and the double factor Spangle, which is a double dose of Spangle, is one of the newer varieties to appear in budgerigars. So a lot of work's gone into both the Spangle and the double factor varieties. A lot of breeders initially put their best birds in to improve the quality of those varieties. So you can see the judges are just having a quick initial look at the classes. Doesn't look like they've moved any cages yet. So yeah, we should be kicking off shortly.
Yeah, so John and Scott have the double factors doing their first assessment. Normally it takes a few minutes to go through the class and do the assessment, have a look at the birds and see which birds they consider to be worthy of the front top row.
We can see Scott Erickson there jotting down some notes, so looks like he's getting some initial thoughts on some of the birds and something to refer back to.
Yes, just looking at the group of birds there, it's quite an even mix of the double factor whites and double factor yellows, which is quite good. We don't often see that sort of mix. Normally they're double factor yellows, but on this occasion there's quite a few double factor whites, so it'll be interesting to get some close-ups and have a look at these. Just quickly looking at cage B, it's, you know, looking out there, got a good width of shoulder between the wings.
Cage D caught my eye there briefly while the camera was panning down the top row of birds.
Another nice bird that's standing right upright and
lovely condition, bird in cage B.
And cage B is a Cedric de Costa bird.
With Cedric winning the last Nationals in 2019 in Brisbane. Obviously we haven't had a National in 2020 and 2021 due to COVID and restrictions, so fantastic to have the Nationals back in 2022. Okay, so you can just see there on your screen those list of exhibitors in the double factor class, so the cages and the exhibitors' names and the zones, and also their ring number there on the right hand side.
There's some bird activity now on the double factors. They're starting to place the birds in the order they would like them to be.
I don't want to say it, but you heard it first here. I did like Cage D.
So Cage D is owned by E. Cook of Victoria. But in the initial stages yet, anything could happen at the moment.
Very early on. And we can see the cinnamon wing class, the judges Stephen and Peter paired up this morning having a look at the cinnamon wing class.
Okay, so we've got now the list of classes and the cage numbers and the owners. Yeah, so we've got M&D Gearing in this class. We have Cinnamons in the national auction.
Yep, Mick and Debbie got a pair available in the ANBC auction of cinnamon wings. So they're well represented here. They've got a couple of birds in the class.
So Callaghan family have won a national cinnamon class with a beautiful big sky blue cock a few years ago.
Yeah, he was a memorable bird. Lovely bird.
Okay, I don't know if that's cage F is the start of the line. If it is, that's
Cage
okay.
Cage B is actually in front of cage F. So cage B is Jeffrey Leong from Victoria, and cage F was B&M Wise from New South Wales. Traditionally a very strong class, the cinnamon wing class, a lot of depth in the quality.
So we have a hen in cage F.
And even from that shot you can see some of the size of the birds in the cinnamon wing class. Nice big birds, nice strong imposing birds.
Also the double factors.
Double factors as well, yes, you can see.
So cage D.
Cage D is the Holmes family, currently in third position in the cinnamon wing class. You can see those first two birds behaving themselves very well, perching. I'm sure cage D is just having a rest and no doubt will do its best.
Yes.
At some stage.
Yep.
Okay, so bit of movement in the double factor class now. Judges had a bit of time to look at the birds and starting to make some adjustments. So cage D, Gary, in first place.
Cage D is E. Cook still from Victoria. Cage N is Vic Murray from Victoria. Cage M is Rob Peffer from New South Wales.
Scott's just blocking our view there.
Cage F is Mark Chandler from New South Wales. Lovely style on cage D, standing upright, well up off the perch, beautiful depth of mask.
Wonderful condition.
Wing carriage is lovely, tight secondaries. The wings sitting well on the back of the tail. Beautiful outline bird.
So where did we get up to? Cage. We're going back to cage D, that first bird in the double factor class. You can see the bird's got some modern facial features. By that what we mean is there's feathering either side of the cere of the bird, giving that wide appearance of the cap of the bird, which is across the top of the cere. For those who don't know, the cere is that part of the bird just above the beak that you can see the bird's nostrils. Having a bit of a run there, feeling well
active
this morning.
Yeah, does. Okay, cage N, a bird from Vic Murray in Victoria. Still a big solid bird.
So we'll get an opportunity to have a closer look. And you see the bird's just preening itself there.
Which is a good sign because the bird is relaxed and not stressed. He's just preening his feathers, he's calm and relaxed.
I've got a feeling it's going to be a hen bird because Gary's called it a he, but we'll wait and see when it turns around. No, it's a cock bird. Perhaps cage N's just grooming itself, ready to give its best.
Very good colour.
So you can
double factors can have a little bit of suffusion through them.
But you could see that evenness of that yellow
Lighter colour.
colour all the way through the bird in cage N in the double factor class. So looks like we're going to get a shot of the bird in cage M in third place. So the bird in cage M is from Rod Peffer from New South Wales. So this is a white double factor. Yeah.
Doing the paper run on the floor.
Looks like he's watching a game of tennis. Running back
or playing a game.
Playing a game, yeah.
That's the difference you can tell when you see the front two birds that are sitting there still and Okay, we're just going to go across now to the cinnamon class.
And the bird we have in first place in the cinnamon class when we pan across there, I still think is cage B.
So the boys are assessing the bottom row now.
So cage B. Cage B belongs to Jeffrey Leong from Victoria.
Okay, Jeff.
Okay, so that first bird wasn't perching showing himself, so we'll move across to cage F. Lovely cinnamon light green hen from B and M Wise, Barry and Marie Wise from New South Wales. Standing there lovely on the perch, nice and upright.
Well prepared, lovely spot.
Right at the front of the show cage, basically inviting the judges to have a look at him.
Lovely coarse body feather, but still sitting flat and tight on the body.
Nice clarity in the wing. You can see the definition between the yellow and the brown or cinnamon markings.
Okay, just panning in on cage D from the Holmes family.
Okay, so cage D looks like he's quite relaxed there, sitting on the floor, showing nice cap feather coming out over the eye.
Yeah, just like his owner, doesn't like getting up off the floor.
That was a bit harsh, Gary.
You can see that cap and brow over the eye on this bird. It's lovely. I'd like to see it on the perch and see its full potential. It looks like a good depth of mask, beautiful directional feather.
And you can see that coming out either side of the sear as we were talking about before.
I'm sure once the judges get back to the top, they will endeavour to place that bird on the perch to get its true valuation.
Hard to tell, but the bird does look like he's got good shoulder and good substance, so hopefully we can get to see him on the perch.
It looks a very strong class of cinnamons this year.
Yes,
Some big solid birds all the way along the top row.
Having a look at cage P there, Kokoski and Rice's bird. Cage A,
bird.
Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland. Cage
Q.
Q.
Very clean cage A, Mark. Beautiful
Very
clean cap.
Yep. Cage Q. Another bird from Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Nice big bird standing upright.
So the other boys, Scott and John, I think now are going to assess their bottom row before they change them over.
As we can see, the first two birds in the double factor class standing up like statues there on the perches.
Okay, we've got cage M now has decided to sit up.
And the commentator's curse, it just decided to sit there. Okay, and we're having a good look at the cinnamon class. And as you can see, there's depth right through the class. Quality birds.
If you take note of cage L, it was actually a yellow-faced sky cinnamon, which are included in this all classes now. So we're looking at cage D now, going to cage D on the double factor.
So again, the bird's preening itself at this time. As Gary mentioned earlier on, bird must be feeling quite relaxed being there in the show cage.
Just have a look at its feet colour there. It's got nice dark grey feet, so that would probably indicate to me that it doesn't have a lot of cinnamon, because if you're putting cinnamons to improve your colour in your double factor, you'll find that they have pink feet, but this one looks like it's got a bit darker grey feet, which indicates it's probably through good quality normals.
Okay, so we're going to go across and try and have a look at cage M, which is currently in third place in the double factor class.
Okay, so we're going to go to cage N first. This is cage N.
Second place, sorry, is cage N. I thought we were going to cage M, but we're going to cage N.
Yeah, sits up right off the perch. Another bird with good colour.
Okay, so that cage N belonged to Vic Murray from Victoria, and cage M is in third place. Again, preening
I
itself.
don't know what it is with these birds that are on the top row at the moment. They must feel quite safe and comfortable on the top row because they're all relaxed and preening. But another bird with a lot of frontal rise, the bird in cage M from the Rob Peffer. So it's quite a long bird as well, with a nice coarse body feather.
You could see when the bird was relaxing, it was pushing the feathers
Forward.
on top of its head forward.
They're still making some changes now into the top row. So they're comparing cages I and C, which is M&S Evans from Northern and Central Queensland, and the bird from J&N Goodall from North and Central Queensland.
So we can see the first three in the double factor class all perching well now. A bit of consultation between Peter and Stephen. Some of the birds in the cinnamon class on the top row.
Cages A, P and Q, as you can see the angle of the camera there, they're all sitting upright, sitting straight.
Is what you want in a show budgerigar.
Cage U is quite a solid bird too, very good shoulder. S is a nice bird from the Mario Capasso family breeders. Very solid through the back.
And you could see just a little bit of movement there. Stephen's moved the cages. Okay, so we're heading back to the double factor Spangles. You can see Scott Erickson, one of our judges, working on the bird in cage G, trying to get that bird to perch.
You'll notice that Scott has used the paddle. That's a good tool to help make the bird perch, or encourage the bird to go onto a perch instead of sitting on the floor. There you go. And it's very hard. If a bird is not willing to sit on a perch, it won't get up on a perch. If it's stressed out and it's not had a lot of show training, it's not had a lot of time in a show cage, these sort of things happen. The bird just gets a bit stressed out with the big lights and doesn't want to perform to its best.
But there's always that opportunity that when they move the top row to the bottom row and vice versa.
Well, there you go, he's up on the perch now for that brief second.
Bring the birds back, that the bird may relax later on as they're judging the class and catch the judge's eye.
Okay, we're heading back to the cinnamon class now for a closer view of the cinnamon class.
So it still looks as though they're looking at the top row of the cinnamon class, that they haven't swapped them over yet.
So they're still changing positions on the top row.
The bird in cage Q, which is Jeffrey Leong's bird, has moved up a placing.
So we still have cages B, F and D on the top, followed by N, A, Q and M. What I've noticed in this class, I don't see any blue series in sky blue. There's greys and grey greens, so it looks like it's a...
there was a yellow face, wasn't there?
Yeah, a lot of this yellow face sky. That's the only sky I think I've seen.
You can see Peter Thurn there using his arm across the front of the show cage. So basically what he's doing there is blocking the view of the bird, so enticing the bird up onto the perch so he can see out of the cage. So in no way stressful for the bird. Just a method to entice the bird onto the perch, to try and get him to relax there.
Because I think Peter must see something in this bird to spend the time to encourage it to get to perch. So He's given every opportunity for this bird to show himself.
He looks a picture of concentration there, that's for sure.
And I think it was just about to bite Peter's fingers. That's why he's pulled his hand away.
So the bird they're looking there at the moment is a bird from Victoria, from Ivan Mamek. You can see Peter's gone to use the paddle.
A lot of time it's the judges will actually leave that cage and let it settle, go back and review the other birds and come back to the cage. And I think they'll do that in this instance.
Peter's given that bird the chance to settle by stepping it away from it, giving it a bit more time.
Sometimes, you know, if you're playing with a bird a lot, it won't perch at all. It'll probably go backwards and get more stressed. So that's why the judges will stand back and let the bird settle.
Okay, we can see Peter and Stephen again consulting over one of the birds in the middle of the top row in the cinnamon wing class.
They're giving a lot of consideration to cage M, so I'm thinking that they think it could probably place higher than it currently is.
You can see the bird is almost perching there. And there we go, we're getting close. As Gary mentioned earlier on, that bird being steady, showing itself in the cage is obviously an advantage, giving the judges a chance to see all the qualities of the bird.
As many exhibitors know, it's frustrating when they watch their birds being judged and they're up and down all over the perch and they don't achieve their right position because of that, and they go back out and back to the staging later on, and the bird will be sitting there as upright and as steady. It is frustrating when the birds don't show themselves.
But again, everyone should be congratulated to getting a bird to this show. It's quite an achievement in itself to get a bird represent your zone and be sent away to compete in the national show.
And as I said before, cinnamons are very strong, and this is no exception. Very strong class of cinnamons.
Okay, so you can see our judges of our double factor class there, Scott and John Mully, standing back, assessing their placings in the class.
They're checking cage N. So the judges have mentioned that they're looking at this bird for maybe missing a flight or two.
You can see the bird in cage D is now on the perch that we were looking at earlier on. Bird that was sitting on the floor in the corner. So that was the bird from the Holmes family from South Australia.
You can see the qualities of the top end, very strong through the shoulder.
Quality
having
bird.
a little bit of head marking, but allowable.
Yes. You can see the power in the bird, the overall size of the bird.
Big, strong bird, cage D.
Nice and thick through that shoulder, which is the part of the bird we're talking about there when we talk about shoulder, is the bottom of the mask, so just under the spots there. You can see that thickness from the front of the bird's body through to the back.
I think you noticed when he did get up, his flights are unravelled. It's not that there's anything wrong with the flights, it's just that he hasn't settled them in. And when he's jumped up, his flights have been unravelled. So I think once that bird has a flutter, his flights will come back into a normal position.
Okay, so we can see Peter's working on one of the birds in the cinnamon wing.
He's still working on that cage.
Cage D, you can see that bird's flights now have settled down a bit.
sees they've repositioned themselves after he's had his wings have fluttered to get up on the perch.
He'd ruffled his own feathers, so to speak, Gary.
They like, yeah. I think that bird they're looking at there is probably going to suffer with condition. I don't think it has the condition to challenge the birds in front, but big, strong, powerful budgie, but it's a little bit out of condition. Where you look at this hen, that beautiful downward direction of the cap.
Lovely mask and spot, nice wide masks, so the spots are separated, not crowded.
Good condition. So it is an advantage if the birds you are showing are in good condition. So preparation's a big thing. Not all birds all come through the process in good condition. You know, they could be in condition last week and at their selections and come to this show and start to lose condition. So it's a balancing act to get your birds into condition.
So there we can see the birds, the first 3 birds in the cinnamon wing class. Cage B is currently in first place.
You can see the outline now. Cage F, she's got a good position on the perch. Straight back.
Cage D looks a little bit more relaxed now. You can see that. See the judges talking about the first bird there. Nice big bird they were referring to. You can see the strength through the bird and the modern facial features. We mentioned it before, but that directional feather, so that feather coming out either side of the sear.
Yeah, a big solid budgie, the modern features, the cap, the directional feather.
Lovely wing on the bird, you could see there.
And that's, you know, to getting birds in big decent size, it's really nice to have that good wing carriage.
There's
a big solid budgie.
Good shot of the first 3 place birds in the cinnamon wing
very
class.
square across the sear. Feathering coming down right down below the sear line. Big, strong, modern budger. So congratulations to Jeffrey Leong for producing such a powerful budgie.
Okay, so we can see them swapping the top row for the bottom row in the cinnamon wing class.
Yep, so the birds are being changed over.
And you can see there Cage B doing everything it can to impress the judges.
So the double factors have been changed over already, so the bottom row is now on the top. So the first lot of birds now are on the bottom. So they're assessing the top row.
Okay, so we can see John and Scott having a look at the bird in cage H, or in cage U actually, sorry.
That's
working their way back up the line. Having that final look at those birds to see if they've got their correct placings and they're happy with that. And Scott's got the paddle out, working on the bird in cage Q in the double factor class, which is
Graham McCullum
from South Australia. Judges taking their time to give that bird the opportunity to perch and show.
But just adding to that, the judges can only give so much allocated time to an individual bird that isn't staging. So if a bird continues not to stage, a lot of the times we'll have to move it along. And this is all part of your showing process. So if the birds are steady on the perch, sit up there and let the judge assess them in a proper manner. It's a lot easier if to a bird that won't perch up and down off the floor. So it's an advantage to all exhibitors and breeders to try to breed into them that steadiness in the show cage. It could be the difference of winning and losing a national title if the bird sits well.
You can see Scott's had some success getting this bird up on the perch. Just slowly pulling the judging stick out of the cage in cage E.
So that belongs to Derek Poole in Tasmania.
And we can see that he's gone back to the bird in cage Q. And unfortunately,
his patience has run out. So he gave that bird every opportunity to stage, but it didn't. So you have to move along now and assess the remainder birds in the class.
So again, you can see Scott managing to almost get the bird on the perch. So they're looking to compare the birds against each other to make sure that they have them in the correct placing in the class.
Yeah, it is hard when you have birds that aren't staging and you think they're eligible to be, probably placed up higher in the line. When
the cinnamon wing class, they're moving the bottom row, the top row back to the top.
Yeah, the boys
swapping them over. So they're happy with
their assessment of the bottom row, so they're replacing them back down. And I think we can be very confident to say that the bird in cage B will be the eventual winner, but anything could happen up to then.
We can see that yellow face blue cinnamon wing Gary was mentioned earlier on in cage L there.
But if I can just point probably a major fault in that bird is that it lays across the perch and doesn't sit upright. That's probably a fault that needs to be rectified in future in breeding.
Okay, so they've almost finished reversing the rows in the cinnamon wing class.
Cage Q there's giving a good face on, big strong bird of Jeffrey Leong's as well.
So we can see there's some changes to the bottom row in the double factor class.
Yeah, so they brought the first bird on the bottom row up compare that to the last bird on the top row just to see if there's any changes need to be made.
See the bird in cage K in the cinnamon wing class. Nice big spot.
Cinnamon grey.
That bird belongs to Sue Strenich from New South Wales.
Cage S is another nice bird too. From Mario Capasso of New South Wales.
So a couple of New South Wales birds there next to each other.
Just sitting at the right time for the judges to assess it.
You can see the judges discussing the bird in cage K.
I think Peter was showing an indication then of the keel height, the distance from the feet to the perch, from the feet to the top of the mask.
Okay, so we're swapping the birds back over, so
the double
top row back to up on top. Okay, so looks like we're getting to the pointy end of the cinnamon wing class. So currently we have cage B in first place, cage F in second place, cage D in third place, and cage N in fourth place.
I don't think there'll be any changes from the top three from now. I think the two judges have quite set in their minds that the cage B is the outstanding bird of this class.
There's a close-up of that bird. Cage B in the cinnamon class. Okay, so the double factor class, the judges are going back and having a look at the first few birds in that class. Looks like they're getting close to that point of making a decision. So here we go. Congratulations
to Jeffrey Leong, Victoria.
The winner of the cinnamon wing class for 2022. Well done. Cage N, 4th place. Cage A is 5th place. Cage Q in 6th place. M is in 7th place. Cage P is in 8th place. Ninth place to cage U. 10th place to cage T. Okay, so cage T was in 11th, sorry. P must have been 10th. No, messed up there. Cage S is 12th. R is 13th. J is 14th. Cage I is 15th place. Cage E is in 16th place. Cage H is in 17th place. Cage G, 18th place. Cage C is 19th place. Twentieth place is cage L, and that was 21st place is cage O, and it was cage K that was in 10th place. So
Congratulations to the owners of all the cinnamon in that class, very strong class, and a shout out to Jeff Leong, which have good, strong, powerful bird.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to hear from the judges, hopefully, or, sorry, Dave Gaines
to give the final
results.
position is.
The results of Class 15, Cinnamon Wing. First is Cage B. Second is Cage F. Third is Cage D. Fourth is Cage N. Fifth is Cage A. Sixth is Cage Q. Seventh is Cage M. Eighth is Cage P. Ninth is Cage U. 10th is Cage K. 11th is Cage T. 12th is Cage S. 13th is Cage R. 14th is Cage J. 15th is Cage I. 16th is Cage E. 17th is Cage H. 18th is Cage G. 19th is Cage C. 20th is Cage L. And 21st is Cage O.
I think we're waiting now for Peter to give his comments on the cinnamon class.
Yep, we should hear from the judges shortly with their comments. So it's Peter Thurn, I think we're going to hear from.
So there's a spreadsheet of the winners.
Or the exhibitors. Not the winners.
Good morning, everybody. Look, this is just, you can't start the day any better than this, apart from the fact that I'm judging with Stephen, which has been something that I've been looking forward to all weekend, and probably even longer than that, to be quite honest. But we've just judged what are an absolutely magnificent class of cinnamons today. This is what makes this, you know, so much fun, when you get birds of this standard, and you get to place them. I mean, we've got a cockbird here. He's playing around like a bit of an idiot at the moment. He is just the epitome of a modern budgie in our country. He's got magnificent cap feather and directional feather. He really is just a standout budgie. He's got all the shoulder and power and width that you'd want in a bird. You know, he may be, if you were going to be critical, sometimes he maybe doesn't get quite up off the perch that you'd like, but that's about the only way I can criticise him. For a big budgie, he's got a magnificent wing. You know, his wing is just super tight. The flights overlap. There's, you know, it doesn't break his outline whatsoever. He is a really class exhibit, and all credit to the breeder. He's got that bit of advantage today over this beautiful hen, and I mean, she is a cracking good hen. But he's just got that little more width and power and that extra directional feather that just carries him over this super hen. Like, she just, you know, she cuts a fantastic outline in a cage. She's got a deep marsh. She's feminine. She really is a lovely hen. And sorry? She does. And Stephen and I have been saying you'd just love to put these two in a breeding cage together. They really are two quality budgies. We come down to this guy here in third. He is just a big, powerful, loose beast, you know. He's got a lot of modern features around the face. You can just see he's just a little rough. He's a little out of condition. He's got a hell of a lot of baby feathers in his wing. You know, he's not an old budgie by any means. But he just doesn't quite have the outline and the presence that the hen's got, and that's why she got over him today. It's the power of the bird in third that takes him over this nice clean cock in fourth. Again, another really good budgie. I mean, but, you know, up the top end here, we've got three standout birds. And it's just a shame that, you know, someone's got to come down fourth and fifth and sixth, because in their own right, these are quality budgerigars, you know. So all credit to the breeders. This has been a super class to judge, and I hope you've enjoyed watching it.
Okay, so we just heard the comments from Peter Thurn about the birds in the cinnamon wing class. Hopefully we should be getting close to a decision in the double factor Spangled class. So good luck to all the exhibitors in those class. And here we go. Congratulations to the winner, E. Cook from Victoria in cage D. Cage M is second. Rod Peffer from New South Wales. Cage N is third. Vic Murray from Victoria. Cage R has finished fourth. Alan Kent from South Queensland. Cage F is finished fifth. Cage B has finished sixth. Cage I, by the looks of it, is seventh. Cage C is eighth. Cage G is ninth.
Cage
A is 10th, and then Scott's going to go across and start marking the bottom row. Looks like Cage O in 11th place. Cage T in 12th place. Cage P, 13th place. Cage, can't see the bottom of that one. Not sure what that one was, maybe L. Sorry, 15th is Cage E. Cage J is 16th. Cage K is 17th. 18th place to Cage Q. He looks happy to be here. 19th place to Cage U. Cage H is 20th place, and Cage S is 21st place. So congratulations to everyone, all the exhibitors in the Spangled double factor class. And well done to our winner.
A Cook from Victoria.
Okay, so over to Dave Ganser for the official results and placings.
The results of Class 16, Spangled double factor. First, cage D. Second, cage M. Third is cage N. Fourth is cage R. Fifth is cage F. Sixth is cage B. Seventh is cage I. Eighth is cage C. Ninth is cage G. 10th is cage A. 11th is cage O. 12th is cage T. 13th is cage P. 14th is cage L. 15th is cage E. 16th is cage J. 17th is cage K. 18th is cage Q. 19th is cage U. 20th is cage H. And 21st is cage S.
Okay, so you just heard there the placing. So the double factor Spangled class is concluded. The next two classes we will have come up to the staging are the Opaline ASC class.
And the Opaline, any other standard variety class.
So ASC stands for any standard colour. So just the judges to give comments on the double factor class.
Okay, and welcome everyone. Good morning. John, I had a great class of Spangled double factors to judge. First bird kind of chased himself at the start of the class. He's a strong bird, showed well. He's a great colour and a deep mask. The second bird is a similar bird than the first bird, a strong bird, but just the condition let him down. It just doesn't have the condition of the first bird. It's just out a little bit. The third bird, cage N, strong colour, lovely frontal rise and strong shoulders. Let's put it over the cage R. Cage R stands up off the perch, a lovely outline, lacking the frontal rise of cage N, and has good direction of feather. Where cage F is a smaller bird and slightly down on colour compared to the ones ahead. And we did get down a bit lower into some of the suffusion birds in that as well. But a great class of birds. Congratulations to all.
And you just heard from Scott Erickson with comments about the Spangled double factor class. So shortly we will have the birds from the Opaline ASC, any standard colour class, up on the staging, and Class 18 will be the Opaline AOSV, any other standard variety.
And while the stewards are placing those birds onto the staging, we'll just give you a little bit of information of the previous years. So the Opaline class previous winner in 2019 in Brisbane was Konkosky and Rice. 2018 in Penrith we had a win to Victoria. 2017 in Mackay, New South Wales. Hobart 2016 Victoria. 2015 in Mandurah was South Queensland. So an even spread over there between South Australia, South Queensland, Victoria and New South Wales.
Okay, so I'm quickly just going to run through the cages and the exhibitors for Class 17, the Opaline ASC class. So Cage A, B&M Wise from New South Wales. Cage B, the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage C, Bowl family from South Queensland. Cage D, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria. Cage E, R&C Ogden from North Central Queensland. Cage F, B, Barthol's from Western Australia. G, Roy Blair from Tasmania. H, R&C Ogden from North Central Queensland again. Cage I, A&C Drury from New South Wales. Cage J, Alan Rowe from Victoria. Cage K, Glenn and Lynn Ryan from South Queensland. Cage L, Peter Cross from Tasmania. Cage M, Kukoski and Rice from South Australia. Cage N, Brenda Kamada from Western Australia. Cage O, Peter Jeffrey from South Queensland. Cage P, RNC Ogden from North Central Queensland again. Cage Q, Peter Howard from Tasmania. R, Alan McCauley from New South Wales. S, Brenda Kamada again from Western Australia. T, Dennis Lohman from South Australia. And finally, Cage U, Wayne Karsha from Victoria.
I'll just give you the briefing on the AOSV Opaline previous year's winners. 2009 in Brisbane was Shepherd and Flanagan partnership from Victoria. And for 2018, 2017 and 2016, all won by Victoria, so they have a dominance on this class for the last 4 years. And in 2015 it was South Australia. So Shepherd and Flanagan have won the last 2 and looking for a hat-trick this year. Just quickly looking at the Opaline class now, there's some very nice colour birds through this class, which is pleasing to see. And just briefly looking across the line, Opalines are notorious for carrying head marking, and I don't think there's too much of that currently in that group.
You can see those exhibitors and cages up on the screen, the Opaline ASC class that we just ran through for everyone at home. Okay, so very early days on in the Opaline class, but it looks like Cage A is currently in first place for B&M Wise of New South Wales, and I think it was Cage U that was in second place. Just want to confirm that. Looks like the judges are looking at the bird in Cage G, possibly something to do with the bird's tail by the looks of things.
Looks like they're satisfied with what they were looking for.
Yep. They've moved on, judges have moved on down the line.
So Cage G's stepped back a spot or two and they've
Cage
up Cage I.
Yep. Cage I is ANC Drury from New South Wales.
Who's won a lot of Opaline classes, national classes.
Okay, so it was Cage U that was sitting in second place for Wayne Karsha from Victoria. Looks a nice strong bird. Cage B in third placing currently, the Holmes family from South Australia. And Cage D, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria. So we can see the length of body there on the bird we were talking about earlier on. So that lovely big long strip of light green colouring on the bird in Cage D. Nice tall upstanding bird.
Carrying good spot too, which Opalines normally do, carry good spot. So we have John and Scott now assessing the Opaline cinnamon class. Sorry, any other variety. So you can have grey wing as well in this class.
I'm not sure whether we've got one, but yeah, we will try and let you know if there is an Opaline grey wing in the Opaline AOSV class.
But it's predominantly cinnamon in the show, on the show bench for any other standard variety.
You can see the cages and the exhibitors for the Opaline AOSV class. So you can see Scott again jotting down some notes, just do some points on some of the birds. And judges are starting to move some cages in the Opaline AOSV class. So cage H has moved forward. And while the judges are moving some of those birds around in the Opaline AOSV class, we'll just give you an update of the zones points as of...
Class 16.
Yep.
So Victoria still in the lead at 376 points. New South Wales 310 points. It made a slight gap on South Queensland of 281. South Australia closely behind in 241. Western Australia 173. Northern and Central Queensland 161. And Tasmania 117. So there's for the next, from second through to fourth, it's very close.
Okay. See the judges there making some positional changes in the Opaline AOSV class. So currently it looks like we're moving across to the Opaline class to have a look at the birds there. Okay, so
Cage A at the moment for the Opaline class.
So cage A is B and M Wise from New South Wales in the Opaline ASC class. So that's any standard colour.
Looks like cage B in the third position.
Cage B in third position in that class is the Holmes family.
And D and J.
D is Shepherd and Flanagan, and J is Allen Rowe from Victoria. You can see there's Stephen Moe, the judge in one of the judges in the Opaline ASC class, having a look at some birds on the bottom row. And there's a good shot of cage A.
What stands out to me on this bird is the beautiful wing colouring, beautiful grey-green pattern, and the black. Still reasonably clean up through the mantle, but that beautiful iridescent grey-green through the wing. Well, when I say iridescent, I mean opalescence, and that's the feature of the Opaline variety is the opalescence in the wing.
So what the Opaline variety, we're looking at that body colour, that grey-green colour, to be with the black on the markings on the wing, as opposed to a normal that would have, say, the yellow with the black on the wing. And according on a blue series bird, it would be white and black. So you can see that bird relaxing, moving its cap feather forward. Although he's not on the perch, he looks quite happy there and relaxed in the cage.
Just will probably incur a bit of a penalty for its head markings.
So by head markings, Gary, means those black markings in the cap, so the front of the bird's feather up on top of its head.
In that instance, that bird was actually ticking. The ticking is the black marking along the length of the feather, as opposed to flecking, which is actually a spot in the feather.
Okay, so judges are having a conversation about the bird in cage K in the Opaline ASC class,
which is belonging
and cage
to
F as well. Looks like they're talking. Cage K is Glenn and Lynn Ryan from South Queensland. And cage F next to that was B. Barthel's from Western Australia. Okay, so we've got A, U, B and D in the first four positions.
Looks like B's...
Okay, so it looks like they've moved cage B that was in third position further down the line, and it looks like they're comparing birds side by side. Cage FB.
Cage F belonging to B. Barthel's from Western Australia.
So that could, as Gary was talking to the head markings earlier on, it could be in regards to that the judges are looking at there.
Looks like they're going to confer with their fellow judges in this particular matter.
So the judges are deep in discussion there. So the birds are considering the head markings.
On F, we have the opportunity now with Troy, the show manager, actually having the walkie-talkie there, getting insight from the judges, and they're discussing cage F for as disqualification for too much head marking.
So the judges are obviously giving this decision a lot of consideration. So that's cage F that they're looking at there and discussing. We can almost get a closer shot there.
What they have to do, what the judges have to do to consider, is that whether the bird is carrying a lighter marking in all the feathers or a heavy marking, and that bird looks like it's carrying a lot of marking.
So we can see the judges finished discussing the bird in cage F in the Opaline ASC class. Okay, so
I think the judges have come to a consensus that cage F was too heavily marked and didn't meet the acceptable head marking.
So they moved that bird down in cage F.
Just for people's information, the head marking is in the standard with pictorials of birds that are light head marking that are acceptable with only occurring a penalty, and there's also examples of birds that are heavily flecked or heavily head marked that are incurring a disqualification. So anyone who's not 100% sure on if your bird is heavily or lightly flecked, please go to your standard or go on the ANBC website and access the standard, and there's pictorials there of birds that will show you what is allowable head marking and what is not allowable head marking.
Okay, so across to the Opaline AOSV class, you can see the bird in cage A is currently in first position, so that's B and M Wise again in this class.
Barry Marie Wise had that lovely second place cinnamon in the cinnamon class, so they're carrying on with some quality budgerigars.
And there you can see the cages and the exhibitors' names, the zones and their ring numbers there for the Opaline AOSV class. For everyone at home who's watching. Cage B is in second place in the Opaline AOSV class. That's D and S Brooks from North Central Queensland. Cage H is in third position, which is T and S Appleton from Victoria. Cage E is Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland. Did we get another one there, Gary?
Yeah, on this cage M is Steve Jacklin from Tasmania.
Okay, so they're currently the first 5 positions in the Opaline AOSV class. Cage K there was the next bird in 6th place.
It's Joe Towler from Northern and Central Queensland. There are a few new names on our exhibitors list over the last 2 days, so it's very good to see new exhibitors having birds at the national
Yes, I think our winner of our grey-green class yesterday, who was a fantastic bird, was a breeder, exhibitor new to the hobby, fairly new to the hobby.
First time national shower.
It's great to hear. Nice to hear those nationals being spread throughout the country and throughout the statuses within the hobby.
Okay. So we're panning back to the Opaline cinnamon class.
It looks a strong class again. Traditionally a class that's got good depth of quality right through the class. Always a strong class.
I probably should stop using the term Opaline cinnamon class because it's any other standard variety class, because there's other varieties that can go in there. There's grey wing, and so there's it's just a force of habit. I think that we only see Opaline cinnamons in the OSV class.
Yeah, predominantly, yeah.
Judges talking about number of flights
on
this bird, whether it's disqualified.
Okay, so it looks like the judges are talking about
cage G
and the number of flights the bird has. As you can see from that shot there, looks like the bird's missing some outside flights by the looks of it.
But can I just comment on the variety of this bird? That bird was a beautiful opaline variety.
Lovely, clean opaline.
If you could see the symmetrical wing mark pattern, it was beautiful. The opalescence in the wing, regardless of where it ends up today, that's a beautiful opaline variety. Nice and clean up. It looks like it doesn't have enough flights, disappointingly. So just heads up to that exhibitor and that who owns that bird. Fantastic.
That's
cage G, which is Roy Blair. And sorry, Roy, but it's such a super variety bird. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the flights. Very nice hen.
She'll be very handy.
It's a very good quality opaline. So both pair of judges are still conferring on their decisions.
So there we're getting a look at cage A in the Opaline AOSV class. Bit of a close-up. Again, you can see those quality head features in this bird. Bird relaxing, pushing its cap feathers forward.
Yeah.
Nice spot, nice width of mask, good size spot. You can see John and Scott discussing one of the birds there, further down the line on the top row. Bird in second place in cage B, D&S Brooks. Looks a big, strong bird as well. As does the bird in cage H.
Yeah. It's interesting though, when the bird gets up to see actually what colour it is. It doesn't give an indication of its colour at the moment. Unfortunately, it's still got head marking as well, but not enough to disqualify it.
Okay, so there's a shot of cage D in the Opaline ASC class. Cage D.
The Shepherd and Flanagan partnership. Looks like it's nearly ready to lose a tail there, unfortunately.
It does, it's just hanging on. Nice clean bird, you can see.
Yeah. It's probably, you can see in the body colour where the feathers aren't sitting tight. That's an indication the bird isn't carrying a lot of condition. You can see the openness in the feather there. That's a good sign of a sign of the bird not in good feather condition. It's still a big, strong, powerful budgie. Lovely width across the shoulder. Good spot size.
Okay, so
And we're just waiting now to see the final placings of both classes.
So the next two classes we'll have come up after these two are the clear body class, class 19, and the Lacewing class, class 20.
So I think we've had a movement up the front on the Opaline class.
You can see Cage U from Wayne Karsha from Victoria. The judges are looking at there, currently in second position in the Opaline ASC class. There we go, the bird's hopped
Sitting
up on
up
the
straight.
perch. Peter's just taking a closer look at that bird. We can see that bird still perching on that wide shot in second place in the Opaline ASC class for Wayne. Powerful looking budgie with both length and width of body.
So it looks like the boys are conferring on a budgerigar in cage J, which is the Holmes family.
There's a good shot of that hen, currently in second place in the Opaline ASC class.
Again, nice opalescent markings through the wing, carrying a bit of head flecking.
We can see all the judges there looking at that bird in the Opaline AOSV class, cage J.
And hopefully we might be able to get the show manager to be able to listen in on what they're conferring over.
Whether the bird has enough flights.
Flights.
Okay.
So that's what the birds they're conferring on in cage I
Is the amount, whether the bird's carrying enough flight feathers.
or J. I think it was J they were conferring on first, but they're looking at cage I at present.
You just can't see in there to let you know what's going on. You can see that bird in cage J sitting up on the perch there now. They're just working on the bird in cage I, was it, Gary?
Yes, cage I.
So you can see that bird's a little bit restless. You just hop up on the perch there.
Yeah.
So the judges should get a good view of.
One thing they will get a good view of is its beautiful positioning on the
Oh,
perch,
it's a
straight back, and
Lovely shape budgerigar, wings meeting nicely across the back. So in regards to cage I and cage J, the judges are looking at the number of flights on both of those birds.
cage J is a big, strong, powerful hen.
Two different types of birds, but both very nice budgerigars, as you would expect to be here at this level at the National Championship. So it looks like the judges are moving some cages along here on the top row. And they're still having a discussion about the two birds we were talking about, cage I and cage J.
At this stage, I don't think it looks good for cages I and J.
Okay, so they've moved some cages in front of those two birds. You could see the lovely shape and style on cage I there as she was sitting up there on towards the front of the cage.
Unfortunately, I think cages I and J have been DQ'd for their lack of flights in their wings, either one or two wings.
We'll be able to, yes, you can see the DQ written on cage I.
Unfortunately, that was Barry and Marie Wise from New South Wales, and Jay was the Holmes family from South Australia. Yeah, very disappointing when you get birds to this level and they don't have all the flights necessary.
Yes, unfortunately it doesn't take much for a bird to drop a feather.
flights. No, it doesn't. You know, they could have dropped them in the last couple of days while they've been here, or it's just very hard. Still a big, strong, powerful hen jay.
And we can see both of those birds there. Okay, so it looks like we're going across to the Opaline ASC class. I'm not sure whether they've reversed the rows.
So the judges have identified a issue with cage U in that it might have a hip and leg problem, so we'll clarify that as they go along.
So the judge is just having a very close look at that bird in cage U. You can see Scott and John have come across
to confer. It's an indicator too sometimes that the hen will actually, or a bird will actually put its foot to the side if it has a hip or wing issue. Normally they don't carry their legs straight underneath their body. They'll turn it to the side.
So you can just see Peter's picked up cage U.
And it looks like it's been DQ'd, unfortunately. They must have an injury or...
And Stephen's moving those cages along, so yeah, unfortunately it looks like...
So that's disappointing for Wayne Carshaw of Victoria.
So you can see Stephen's riding on the cage there now.
So currently looks like there's 3 birds with disqualifications. So we've got cage F,
cage
G or flights, and cage U. So disappointing to the owners of those birds.
All lovely birds.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see Stephen and Peter having a look at the first and second place birds on the top row there in the Opaline ASC class. So obviously with the removal of the bird that was in second place of cage U, they're looking at the cage A and B in that class next to each other now.
So the current positioning at the moment, we've got Class A, Cage A, Cage B and Class D in the Opaline standard colour class, which is
Barry and Marie Wise and the Holmes family in Cage B.
Shepherd and Flanagan in Cage D.
Cage I, ANC Drury, and Cage M, Kokoski and Ross for South Australia. So we can see the judges moving top row to the bottom row and vice versa. And there are our cages and our exhibitors, what zone they're from, the ring numbers for the Opaline ASC class. So there's quite a bit been going on in the Opaline ASC class.
Well, that's both classes actually, with the
True.
disqualifications and flights and injuries. So.
Okay, so currently we've still got Cage A in first place. A in first place, which is Barry and Marie Wise again.
TNS Appleton from Victoria.
In Cage T.
And TNS Appleton for Victoria again in Cage H. So
they're doing very well. Cage B in fourth place, DNS Brooks from North Central Queensland. And Cage E currently in fifth place, Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland. Cage C looks like in sixth place there, Gary.
Is Holmes family from South Australia.
So we almost had a look at Cage B then to see what variety we were looking at.
It might actually be an Opaline grey wing, Mark.
Yes, it doesn't appear to have cinnamon markings. So Cage T we're looking at.
Well, what I'm liking about this bird is the depth of cinnamon marking. It's quite solid and very deep colour marking, which is good in big strong hen. Big spot, big mask.
You can see the quality in that budgerigar. Both birds.
Yes, both H and T are very well marked. Needless to say, so's bird in cage A, very good. The three birds are good examples of deep cinnamon melanin.
Hard to tell from where we are here. Does that first bird look like a hen bird, Gary, or is it a cock?
That's a cock bird.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so just looking, judges are looking at those
Cage B.
birds.
So the judges have commented that cage B is carrying a little bit more size and substance as opposed to bird in cage E.
Okay, so they're just working on that bird in the first position. So cage A, you can see that lovely showmanship in that bird. Relaxed, lovely roll over the top of the head, all the way from its ear, rolling right over the top of the head into the back of its neck. What a lovely budgerigar. You can see that wing marking as well Gary was talking about earlier on. Depth of the cinnamon markings. Stance with the bird's feet right under itself.
Yes, yeah, good at feet positioning. Lovely core spot, if ever it still sits flat on the body.
You can see the second and third place birds in the Opaline AOSV class, both standing up there on the perch.
Yes, they've done nothing wrong to attract the judge's eye.
Nice and steady in the show cage. So it looks like they're swapping the rows back over in the Opaline ASC class. So they're comparing cage 10 and 10th and 11th position together in the Opaline ASC class. And there'd been no change there in those two positions in 10th and 11th.
So this is the final.
So we should
checking
be getting close to a decision here
for the Opaline class.
for the Opaline any standard colour class. So cage A currently is in the lead position, has remained there for quite some time, from very, very early on.
Yes,
Another
tucks its beak in lovely to its mask. Very, very good variety bird, that Opaline in cage A.
It says there's a nice shot of Peter's arm. We're looking at cage A is in first position. They haven't marked the second cage, but cage B is in second position. Cage D is in third position, so that's Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria. In third, Holmes family was second, and Barry and Marie Wise. Congratulations on winning the Opaline class. Fourth place, cage I, ANC Drury, New South Wales. Fifth place, cage M, which is Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. Sixth place is cage J, Alan Rowe from Victoria. Cage R in seventh place, and that belongs to Alan Macaulay, New South Wales. Cage K is in eighth place. Glenn and Lynn Ryan from South Queensland. Couldn't see the cage number there, sorry for cage
C,
9. It was C, the Bowl family, South Queensland. O was Peter Jeffrey in 10th place from South Queensland. Sorry, we're coming across to cage T in 11th position. Cage T, Dennis Lohman from South Australia. 12th position goes to cage H, which is R&C Ogden from North Central Queensland. 13th position, cage N, which is Brenda Kamada from Western Australia. 15th position is cage P. Cage S is in 16th position. Cage Q, 17th position. Peter Howard from Tasmania. Cage L, 18th position. Peter Cross from Tasmania. Then you can see cage G.
The remainders were DQ'd, unfortunately.
Yep. So congratulations to Barry and Marie Wise from New South Wales on winning the Opaline ASC class for 2022. Well done.
And the Holmes family for the 2nd position, and Shepherd and Flanagan for the 3rd position. Well done. Well done to all exhibitors.
For making those lovely birds available. And it looks like we're getting the official results from Dave Ganser.
The results of Class 17, Opaline AOSV. First, Cage A, AOSV. Any standard, right? Second is B. Third is D. Fourth is I. Fifth is M. Sixth is J. 7th is R. 8th is K. 9th is C. 10th is O. 11th is T. 12th is H. 13th is N. 14th is E. 15th is P. 16th is S. 17th is Q. 18th is L. And cages G, U and F were disqualified.
Alright, so that was Dave Ganser just giving us the placings, official placings on the Opaline ASC class. And I would dare say we should be getting close to a decision in the Opaline any other standard variety class.
Just a update for the next 2 classes. So we have Clearbody in class 19 to precede this, and Lacewing in class 20. So they are the next 2 classes.
Peter and I had the pleasure of doing the Opalines. Slightly different class from the Cinnamons in terms of the number of quality birds, but we did find a couple of really good ones. The bird that we have in first place, A, he was there right from the word go. Now, I'll be quite honest, he's not the best budgie in the class in terms of modern features and overall desired traits. The bird that we really liked, unfortunately because of our flecking issues, he had to be placed further down. Now, in actually fact, we had him in 3rd, and we thought that was an appropriate place for him, being heavily penalised for the markings in his head. The bird we had in front of him was the hen that we had to disqualify, unfortunately, because she has a leg problem. So what you'll see, if you get to see her later on, and hopefully on the video you're probably not going to see it, is that her leg sits outside the line of the shoulder every time. It never changes. So she has an obvious leg problem. So that meant that B could be elevated from what we believe was 3rd place up to 2nd. Even though he's got some markings, we penalised him very heavily. It's not enough to be disqualified, but we penalised him very heavily, and he's elevated because of the hen being put down. As we move further down, we've got some big powerful birds, but they just don't lack the flair and the facial feathering that's seen on the birds above them. As we move down, you'll notice condition plays a part with some of them. The bird in 4th spot, condition really lets him down. He's a much better bird than that, but unfortunately today he's just not put it all together. From then on, we actually start to drop away quite quickly, and we don't have the modern features that we require. We don't have the strength that we require. The other 2 birds that got disqualified, there was a beautiful hen. We really like this hen. Unfortunately, she's missing a number of flights on both sides. And then we had this bird down here, which you'll easily see just has too much markings in the head to be allowed to go through. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we just heard the comments there on the Opaline ASC class. Just wanted to give everyone a reminder that there's 10 minutes left on the Lucky Squares.
So please contact ANBC so you can have the chance of winning some free lovely birds.
Yep, before that closes off. All right, so we should be getting close to a decision on the Opaline AOSV class. So hopefully we get to have a look at those. Here we go. And it looks like John's writing down some comments there. So it looks like
we have our winner, I think, for the Opaline AOSV class. And I don't think they're going to change the top 3 positions, so we might.
We'll wait till they put that pen and that number on the cage.
We might have a double for Mr. Barry and Marie Wise at this stage.
Okay, so we can see there, making some notes there for some comments. So current positions as they stand without the cages marked are cage A, cage T, cage H, cage B in 4th position, cage E in 5th position. So cage A, Barry and Marie Wise of New South Wales, cage T, T&S Appleton from Victoria, as is the 3rd bird, cage H, is T&S Appleton from Victoria. So they've finished 2nd and 3rd in that class at this stage without marking the cages. So I don't want to preempt that before the judge actually writes on the cage. Cage B is D&S Brooks from North Central Queensland.
Cage E is Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland.
Cage C, next position, is the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage R, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia. I can't make out the cage number.
It's either N or M.
So we'll go through those shortly as the judges write on the cages.
It was cage M.
Was cage M. Cage there, so it looks like John's picking up the pen now, about to write on the cage.
So it's official. Congratulations to B&M Wise, taking out both Opaline ASC and Opaline AOSV. A great effort.
Fantastic achievement. Well done. And well done to all the exhibitors. Some very, very nice birds, as you would expect in the Opaline AOSV class. So, as we went through those first 4, cage E in 5th position was Gary and Helen Hibbard. Cage C in 6th position was Holmes family. Cage R in 7th position, Kokoski and Rice. Cage M in... I can't see there, we've missed it with the camera.
Cage 9.
Cage M was in 8th, cage K is in 9th position. Joe Towler from North Central Queensland. Then we had cage N. Cage D was in 11th. Cage G in 12th position. Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage F, 13th position. M&D Gearing from Western Australia. Cage L, 14th position. Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Cage S is in 15th. B&M Wise. Cage 6, U was 16th.
17 is P.
Bevan Moritz from South Queensland. 17 was Joe Towler, sorry. 18th, Cage Q.
19th, Cage Arrow. And we lost the last couple, would have been the disqualifications.
So that's a conclusion of the Opaline AOSV class.
Congratulations to all the birds on the top row, and specifically to Barry and Marie Wise for doing the double.
The official results from Dave Ganser.
The results of Class 18, Opaline AOSV class. First is Cage A. Second is Cage T. Third is Cage H. Fourth is Cage B. Fifth is Cage E. Sixth is Cage C. Seventh is Cage R. Eighth is Cage M. Ninth is Cage K. 10th is Cage N. 11th is Cage D. 12th is Cage G. 13th is Cage F. 14th is Cage L. 15th is Cage S. 16th is Cage U. 17th is Cage P. 18th is Cage Q. 19th is Cage O. And birds in cages I and J were disqualified.
Okay, so we should be hearing from the judges in regards to comments on the Opaline AOSV class shortly. So that was Dave Ganser just giving us the official placings in that class. Should be hearing from the judges shortly, or one of the judges in that class. So here we come, we've got John Mully to give us some comments.
Scott and I just judged the Opaline AOSVs. Again, some more nice birds. First bird in Cage A, strong bird, showed well. Yes, he is slightly ticked, but well above the birds from third place downwards. The second bird in Cage T, also a strong hen, showed very well. Nice backline and shoulder. Yes, again, slightly ticked, but still well ahead of the birds below her. Third bird in Cage H, another hen with substance, nice directional feather. The birds in front just had more frontal feather. Fourth bird in Cage B, the birds ahead were just wider across the sear, and the bird in B was just not in the same condition as the birds ahead of her. The bird in E had a nice clean cap, lacking power and strength of the birds above. Bird in Cage C, another strong hen, stands well, shows well, but she was penalised for flecking, and she had a twisted tail. There were two disqualified birds, they were missing primary flight feathers. Thank you.
Okay, so there we go. We just had John Mully giving us the comments on the Opaline AOSV class. So the next two classes, as Gary mentioned earlier on, are the clear body class and the Lacewing class to come up to the staging. So it looks like the clear bodies are up there in front of Stephen and Peter. So I'll just run through there we go. I don't have to run through them. They've put it up on the screen for us. So there's the cage numbers, the exhibitors, the zones and the ring numbers for the birds in class 19, the clear body class. So I'll pop that up on the screen for a little while for everyone at home to jot those down. We might have time to run through them again if someone doesn't have time to put those, to write them all down. And we can see the judges have come together to discuss something in the clear body class. Not sure what bird they were looking at there. So, it looks like Peter's moved a bird down and to the bottom row. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, and it looks like he's actually put a sticker on that cage.
Looking at KG, it's a big, strong bird, Mark.
So
Cage G, I think
Cage G
was disqualified.
has been disqualified in the clear body class. We just had some information come through by the looks of it. That bird that Peter brought down and put on the right hand side of the bottom row. So yeah, Cage G, that was the...
I would say it just
And Scott's not helping us have a look there.
not preempting, but I would say that that bird wouldn't have a tail because it's been picked up.
Okay, so we can see there on that bird, it's due to head marking, so it's due to flecking that the bird has been disqualified, Cage G, in the clear body class.
Just to give a little bit of clarification on the head marking as we go, you have a lot of birds will have a light marking in the head, and you'll have a lot of birds with dark marking. It's not so much as the light and dark marking, it's how many feathers in the cap have the marking. So the birds that are carrying a really faint light feathering might have that marking in every feather, and that's still, to me, is a disqualification because it's a heavy marking because it's carrying light marking through all the head cap.
And we can see the judges have been very astute with that as we've watched the last few classes. So just in regards to the clear body class, so last national winner prior to this year was Tim Gleeson in Brisbane in 2019 from New South Wales. In 2018 the victory went to South Australia, 2017 New South Wales, 2016 New South Wales, 2015 it was South Australia.
So on the clear body class 19, the past history winning was...
I just did that, Gary.
19?
I
we
did
want 20.
clear bodies, so we want the Lacewing.
So the Lacewing last year winner was G Stag from Victoria. In Penrith in 2018, New South Wales. 2017 in Mackay was New South Wales. Hobart in 16 was Victoria. And 2015 in Manchuria was South Queensland. So it's a little bit of a battle in the last 5 years between New South Wales and Victoria in this class.
So we can see John and Scott looking at the Lacewing class. Peter and Stephen are judging the clear body class, and early days in the clear body class we have Cage E in first position, which is the Bowl family from South Queensland. We just moved out away again and I didn't catch the cage number of the second and third birds, so hopefully we get back to the clear body class shortly to be able to give you those current standings. So there we go, Cage E in first place, Bowl family South Queensland. Cage A, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage S in third position, also Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage D, B Bartels from Western Australia. Cage P is ANC Drury from New South Wales. Cage F is L&P Walmsley from North Central Queensland. Is that O, Gary, on the end there? That's an O. That is Dennis Lohman from South Australia.
And C just gone to the top as well.
C, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. So we've just had through the current standings after 18 classes.
So we have Victoria still in the lead, it's stretching their lead out, 422 points. New South Wales 350 points. South Queensland 311 points. South Australia 281, so the South Australia and South Queensland are very close. Northern and Central Queensland 188. Western Australia 186, so they're very close there. And Tasmania 131.
Okay, so we can see the judges over on the far right making some changes. So they've had a look at their initial look at the birds in the Lacewing class and starting to move those around. So I don't know whether we've had the exhibitor, the cages in the exhibitors on the screen yet for the Lacewing class.
So I'll just run through this quickly. Cage A is the Holmes family. Cage B is Ray Slade. Cage C, the Bowl family. Cage D, Miles and Henke, New South Wales. Cage E, M. Howe from Western Australia. Cage F is S&D Walkley from Tasmania. G is L&P Walmsley from North and Central Queensland. H, M Howe from Western Australia. I, Holmes Family, South Australia. J, John Ennis, Victoria. K, B&M Wise, New South Wales. L, Jamie Wright, South Queensland. M, Renz Key, Northern Central Queensland. N, Mel Goldsmith, Tasmania. O, R, Slade from Victoria. P, Chris and Ellie Rogers, New South Wales. Q, Kieran Beer from South Queensland. R, D, Rush, Northern Central Queensland. S, B, Barfoles, Western Australia. T, L, Mel Goldsmith, Tasmania. And U, Marshall Family, South Australia.
Great work, Gaz, and they popped that up on the screen for us just then. So you can see Scott and John moving some cages around.
So we have A, B and D, Mark, currently sitting first, third and third. So A is the bowl, Holmes Family, South Australia. B is Ray Slade from Victoria. And D is currently Miles Hempke from New South Wales. J is Johnny Ennis from Victoria. K is B&M Wise. So it looks like a very strong class. I can,
It does. L for Jamie Wright for
Yes,
South Queensland, and cage O, Ray Slade from Victoria. So there's basically most of the top row of the current standings in the Lacewing class. I'm sure we'll get back to the clear body class shortly for those exhibitors there. So we've
Cage L, to me, look at that first position. When you see a bird sitting up like that in Cage L, it's always a good sign. As a judge, you want to go then and just look at it, finer details. But big, strong hen here.
So there we have our bird currently in first position in the Lacewing class. So no position changing in position. Those first few birds we ran through, so cage A, cage B, cage D.
So we have a white series bird in cage A, and the next row right through to the end are all yellow series lacewings.
So it looks like the judges are having a discussion about one of the birds in the Lacewing class. Looks like potentially cage S.
Yes.
Or cage T. No, cage S by the look of it. Oh no, cage T Peter's picked up.
I think they're conferring on both cages, Mark. It looks like T's the bird they're concerned about.
Okay, so it might be head markings that they're talking about. Okay, so looks like
I think they've conferred and
Scott's
agreed
asking
on
for the
agreed
pen.
on cage T is DQ, and the lacewing class has been unfortunately disqualified for too much head marking.
So that's cage T. Okay.
Looking at that top row, there's some very, very nice lacewings on that top row. Still catches my eye, cage 11, because of its stance and its positioning on the perch. If a bird can do that, it's a big advantage for the owner that the bird sits like that, because the judge then can see the full quality of the bird.
So we can see the birds in cage A and cage D on the floor, but obviously they're showing they have quality to be sitting in those positions up there on the top row, the front of the top row. So hopefully we'll get to see them on a perch, but obviously the judges have identified the quality in those birds to have them sitting in those high positions.
High positions, definitely.
You can see cage J and cage L both standing up well in the lacewing class. John Innes from Victoria has the bird in cage J and cage L. Gary, it's Jamie Wright from South Queensland.
You can see the bird in cage B, I think, is a little bit stressed at the moment. It's pulling tight and it's laying across the perch, and I think that's a stress thing. I think it's just a little bit overawed by the occasion, as one might say. I think once the judge it puts a little bit of a stick to the bottom, it'll sit up and behave. But that to me is an indicator the bird's a little bit overawed by the occasion.
Yeah, just not happy at the moment. But that moving of the top row to the bottom and then back
So
up
we're back to the
top.
clear bodies, Mark.
Alrighty, Cage E. Cage E currently in first position is the Bowl family from South Queensland. Lovely, powerful, big budgerigar, very imposing bird. Hard not to catch your eye. Cage A, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria, currently in second position. Another strong, powerful bird, as is the bird in Cage S in third position. Also Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage D in fourth position currently. D Barthol's from Western Australia. Cage P is in fifth position currently, is it Gary?
ANC
Drury
that's
from
correct.
New South Wales. And you can see from that wide shot, you're looking at the size, the strength, the power in those birds in the clear body class that goes. And there's a slight movement.
change.
Looks like the bird that was in fourth position has now moved up into was in fifth position, now moved up into third position.
So
Cage P.
Alan and Chris Drury's bird has moved up 2 positions into third place.
So E, A and P are the current positions in the clear body class. So no,
It is pleasing for a judge's perspective to have the birds in the top row, and birds they're considering as the leading 2 or 3 birds sitting up and showing their potential. It's always nice for the judges to have that sort of positioning on the perch for the birds.
and overall we can see all the birds in that shot there are all perching. They're all up on the perch, with Stephen looking like he's working on the bird in cage D to get that bird to perch and be steady. And he's having a good look at the bird there while it was up on the perch briefly. So cage S in 4th position currently is Jeffrey Leong's bird from Victoria. So you can see that bird in cage D just a little bit restless there in the clear body class with her running back and forward on the floor.
So they haven't made any changes to the top row in the Lacewing class at the present time.
So it's still cages A, B and D.
Talking about the body colour in cage P in the clear bodies.
So the judge is just having a conversation about the bird sitting in 3rd position in the clear body class in regards to the body colour of the bird. So potentially that's something they may comment on at the conclusion of judging.
Maybe the bird is carrying too much body colour. That's we need the bird to be white or to be yellow. We don't need it to have the body colour suffusion through it. So if they're looking at that, they're probably looking at the bird carrying too much body colour.
And by that description of the variety, the clear body, they're looking for that dilution of colour in the body colour, Gary.
Yes, that's correct.
And we can see the bird in cage B in the lacewing class is starting to loosen up a little bit. He starting to look a little bit happier. So there's our exhibitors' cages in the clear body class. So I'll just quickly run through them. Jeffrey Leong in cage A, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer, South Australia in cage C, cage D, B Barthol's from Western Australia, E Bowl family, South Queensland, F L&P Walmsley, North Central Queensland, G was Troy family, New South Wales, H D&S Brooks, North Central Queensland, J Wendy McGlynn from New South Wales, K JNW Wiedenhofer from South Australia, L B Barthol's, Western Australia, M Bowl family, South Queensland, N Jeffrey Leong from Victoria, O Dennis Lohman from South Australia, P ANC Drury, New South Wales, Q Barry and Di McLennan from South Queensland, R Brenda Kamada from Western Australia, S Jeffrey Leong from Victoria, who looks like he's got all 3 clear bodies representing Victoria, L&P Walmsley with cage T in North Central Queensland.
talking about feather condition on the clear body that was in.
So there's been a change in the first position in the clear body. They've replaced cage E with cage A.
So they've swapped those around. So that was the birds currently in first and second position. So they've moved A into first position, which is Jeffrey Leong's bird, and cage E, the Bowl family bird, has now been moved into currently second position. And I think it was a little bit to do about feather condition in the bird. So it looks like we're changing the top row for the bottom row, so we're swapping them over so the judges can get a good look at the birds on the second row up top at eye level, giving those birds an opportunity to put their best foot forward, show their stuff. It looks like we haven't had any changes in the Lacewing class, Gary.
No, not at this stage. I don't know if the boys have changed these cages over, so...
No, it still looks like A, B and D, so we've still got that top row there. Oh, you mean top and tail?
Yes, top and bottom, sorry.
Yep. And there's cage B.
Big, strong, powerful hen. Is it a hen, Mark?
No, I'm not sure. I think it's a cockbird, actually.
Cockbird, okay.
Yep. It's just that bit of a shadow it's casting from its frontal over its ear there, I think. But you can see nice, both good spotted birds, good spot on both cage A and cage B. You can see that hide of feather on cage B there, up on top of its head. And some feather out to the side as well. Both birds have got good head quality there.
So cage A is the home family, South Australia. Cage B is Ray Slade from Victoria.
Who we know has already had a fantastic weekend, winning 3 classes on the first day of judging yesterday.
Yeah, it's an excellent result.
Cage O looks like sitting up there well,
yes,
in fourth position.
I like the position on the perch in cage O.
And that's another bird of Ray Slade's from
yeah.
Victoria. So Ray's doing quite well there in the Lacewing class.
We just had a movement. Cage K's moved a position or two up from Burnham Wise.
So we can see Scott talking about the birds currently in third and fourth position. 2 judges having a look at both of those birds.
Indeed, it's a nice whip across the shoulder from that frontal view there.
Good strong bird through
Miles
the shoulder.
Henke from New South Wales.
And you can see both birds sitting there perching very well, giving themselves every opportunity to impress the judges.
So cage O from Ray Slade's had a move.
So we've currently got Ray Slade's 2 birds sitting in second and third. And then you can see the judges having a look at those birds currently in fourth and fifth position. They were having a quick look there. You can see the bird in cage B looks a little restless still. You can see the bird settling down a little bit there now in cage B. Looks like he's sitting on the perch there. I don't want to say too much.
Finally got the bird on cage A up onto a perch.
So we're just having a look at cage A carefully now as she popped up on the perch. Okay, so the winner of the clear body class, cage A. Congratulations to Jeffrey Leong of Victoria. Cage E in second place is the Bowl family from South Queensland. Cage P in third place, ANC Drury from New South Wales. Cage S in fourth position, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage D is in fifth position, and that is B Bartholz from Western Australia. Sixth position goes to cage F, and that's L&P Walmsley from North Central Queensland. Cage O in seventh position, Dennis Lohman from South Australia. K in eighth position is J&W Wiedenhofer from South Australia. Cage R is in ninth position, Barry and Di McLennan from South Queensland. Just can't see the cage number there. C was in 10th position, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer. And they're just moving along to the bottom row. 11th place to cage M, which is Bowl Family. H is in 12th position. That is DNS Brooks, North Central Queensland. 13th cage J is Wendy McGlynn from New South Wales. Q was in 14th. 15th is LMP Wolseley. 16th is cage N, Jeffrey Leong. So congratulations to Jeffrey Leong for winning the clear body class of 2022.
Yes.
And congratulations to all the exhibitors. Second place to the Bowl family. Third place to ANC Drury of New South Wales.
So that's a couple of wins this morning for Jeffrey Leong, which is a big achievement to win more than one class at a national show. So congratulations, Jeffrey. Well done.
And we're over to Dave Ganser for the official placings.
The results of Class 19, clear bodies. First, cage A. Second, cage E. Third is cage P. Fourth is cage S. Fifth is cage D. Sixth is cage F. Seventh is cage O. Eighth is cage K. Ninth is cage R. 10th is cage C. 11th is cage M. 12th is cage H. 13th is cage J. 14th is cage Q. 15th is cage T. 16th is cage N. And cages L and G were disqualified.
Okay, so that was just Dave Ganser. They're giving us the positions of the clear body class. Hopefully we'll get back to look at the birds in the Lacewing class shortly. Just while we're doing that, oh, here we go. We're going to hear from Peter Thurn in regards to the comments for the clear body class.
Okay, so the clear body class today, a variety that's kind of close to my heart. This is my communications specialist at work would shoot me for doing this, but I'm going to start with the negatives first. We don't take any pleasure out of having to disqualify birds. It's not what we're here for, but we've got a couple of birds, unfortunately, today in this class. You know, we had 3 last class. We've got 2 this class. One's she's got a tail, but it's not longer than the covert, so we've had to disqualify her. The bird in cage G, you know, just too much colour in that cap feather, too much flecking, and we've had to be a bit harsh on the poor bird in cage D, which is a real shame because there's a lot of things to like about that budgie, but he is just too flecked by the standard. So let's go back to the positives. There's 3 really nice clear bodies at the top of this class. Probably the best one is here, if you just talk about budgie. You know, to me, she is the bird that we've got in 3rd place is clearly the best budgerigar in the class. But because we have to judge variety, she just has to be pushed down the line a bit because of the excessive body colour that she's got, which is a real shame because she's a credit to whoever bred her and she's a real valuable asset in somebody's breeding program. It's a real shame, but taking nothing away from these 2 budgies either, the bird we've got in 1st place is a strong, powerful budgie. He's got good shoulder. When he relaxes, he fills out nicely and shows a nice bit of back skull about him. He's a good, solid budgie, and it's probably that width through the top end that gives him an advantage over this long, stylish budgie we've got in 2nd. Conditions really hurting him a bit today. You can see gaps in his feathering around his head. He doesn't really want to release it like we think he can, and we think that's all tied up with his condition. Then we come to our lovely hen, and she's obviously got a clear advantage in type over this nice enough cockbird we've got down here in 4th. Nice spots. Probably just wants to lie over the perch a little bit. you know, he's got an advantage in terms of his modern features over the bird down here in 5th in cage D.
Okay, so that was Peter Thurn just giving us some comments on the clear body class. So just in regards to the clear bodies that they've just finished judging up, they're a fairly new variety to the country. They actually came in with imports in the early 1990s, so clear bodies haven't been in the country for that long really in the history of the budgerigar in the country, and they originated in the USA, the clear body variety, but didn't make their way over here until the early 1990s. So you can see the judges here are having a look at the Lacewing class, and it looks like they've made some changes there.
Did you aware of the decision the judges have made that cage A has been disqualified for no tail?
I was just about to say that it looks like cage B is in first position where cage A previously was. So based on Gary's information he's just given us, that the bird in cage A that was in first place has been disqualified because it has no primary tail feather.
Which is disappointing when a bird is sitting up in first place and you lose that national logie because of a tail dropping out. It's very disappointing.
As we said earlier on, yeah, it doesn't take a great deal for a feather to fall out, but it can have a major impact. So we can see here the judges are moving the birds back to the top row, so swapping them over, swapping the rows over. So we've got cage B in first position for Ray Slade from Victoria, who's had a wonderful weekend.
If this remains the same, Ray will have achieved 4 logies on one weekend, which is a Herculean effort.
He's also got the bird in second position currently, cage O, which makes it even more of an achievement if they finish 1-2 for him, which at this stage judges haven't marked the cages, so we're not going to preempt anything. Cage D is Miles Henke from New South Wales.
Still another strong bird too, Mark. Its position on the perch was excellent.
The Lacewings are a variety that's improved, as many others have. People have worked hard on them. They're increasing that quality in the birds to be, you know, as good as the normal varieties, which are usually the strongest varieties. Normals, cinnamon wings, spangles usually have been strong classes in the past, and yeah, other varieties are narrowing the gap.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, you can see that bird in cage D there sitting up lovely,
Yes,
right at the front of the cage, you know, giving itself every opportunity to impress the judges.
Yes. So I think there is, as you said, Mark, there's the breeders now are putting a lot more emphasis on the less popular varieties and breeding with, you know, the better normals to increase the quality of the less popular varieties. So, and I can see that gap closing all the time.
For sure. Okay, and just because I didn't mention it earlier on why the judges are just having their final look at the class, just a bit of history on the Lacewing. It popped up in Australia basically around the mid-1940s in various areas of Queensland in Australia, and overseas in Britain it popped up around the same time in the mid to late 1940s. So that's just a little bit of background on the Lacewing variety.
I don't think we're too far away from announcing our winner of the Lacewing class.
Yeah, I would say that.
And I think it'll be hats off to Mr. Ray Slade on achieving 4 national logies in one weekend.
Considering he has the birds in first and second position currently, yeah. So that's cage B in first position, cage O in second position, cage D in third position currently. Currently fourth position for cage K. Cage K is Barry and Marie Wise. Cage J in fifth position currently, which is John Ennis from Victoria. So we can see John's grab cage Q from the left-hand side of the bottom row to compare against the bird in the position in front of it, which I can't make out that cage number, maybe E perhaps?
Yeah, I think it is E, Mark. And I think to look at there's two disqualifications in this class, because I can see A and it looks like T on that class.
Okay.
It looks like cage T to me is a disqualification as well, cage A and cage T.
Okay, so there was just a slight change there with
sorry.
cage E moving down to the bottom row, cage O moving up to the top row.
That was a really early disqualification for head marking, so that is cage T. So there's two disqualifications, unfortunately. Big, strong class in the top row.
Yes, some lovely lacewings.
And there's nothing to be disappointed about with most of the birds on the bottom row. There some still good varietal birds.
Good quality.
So it looks like the pen's out and the marking's ready to go.
And well done to Ray Slade again. Another national
load.
winner for the weekend. That's his 4th this year. An outstanding achievement. Congratulations, Ray. So cage B is in first position for Ray Slade from Victoria. Cage O in second position for Ray also. Cage D is in third position. Cage D is Miles Henke from New South Wales. Cage K in fourth position, Barry and Marie Wise from New South Wales. Cage J in fifth position, Johnny Ennis from Victoria. Cage C in sixth position is Bowl family. Cage L in seventh position, Jamie Wright. Eighth position, cage N, is Mal Goldsmith from Tasmania. Ninth is F. S&D Walkley from Tasmania. 11th position, cage E. I, 12th position, Holmes family. U is in 13th position, which is the Marshall family from South Australia. G is 14th, L&P Walmsley. Cage M is in 15th position, Wren's Key, North Central Queensland. 16th position, cage S, B Bartels from Western Australia. 17th to cage A, D Rush from North Central Queensland. 18th, Chris and Ellie Rogers from New South Wales. And 19th is cage H, M Howe from Western Australia.
Congratulations to all the people who exhibited birds in the Lacewing class, and a special kudos to Ray Slade on winning 4 national ladies on the one weekend. Congratulations.
Wonderful achievement.
And also running 1-2 in the Lacewing.
Exactly. Strong class of birds. Lovely variety of bird, very attractive and very popular with people.
Yes, congratulations again, Ray.
Okay, so that's the conclusion of the Lacewings, and we'll get the official placings from Dave Ganser.
Results of Class 20, Lacewing. First, B. Second is O. Third is D. Fourth is K. Fifth is J. Sixth is C. Seventh is L. Eighth is N. Ninth is F. 10th is Q. 11th is E. 12th is I. 13th is U. 14th is G. 15th is M. 16th is S. 17th is R. 18th is P. 19th is H. Cages A and T disqualified.
Okay, so there we have the place getters for the Lacewing class.
Just
Dave
the-
Ganser. We should be hearing from the judges shortly with their comments in regards to those, the birds in the Lacewing class.
So next two classes, cage
class
21,
21,
a fallow, and cage 22 is a Spangled.
So yes, class 21 and 22 to come up. You can just see Scott's writing some comments about the Lacewing class, so we should be hearing from them shortly. We can see the fallow class is out on the bench, so that Peter and Stephen will be judging the fallow class. So I will try and run through these. We may not get through them before we cross across to Scott to give the judges' comments, but let's give it a whirl. KJ, Keevers and Hodgkinson from South Queensland. Norm, oh, here we go. We're going to hear from Scott, so I'll get back to those later. Comments for the Lacewing class. He shouldn't be too far away. Looks like Scott's ready to go.
Okay, great judging of the Lacewing class, some very strong birds in them. First bird kind of chose himself, modern features, deep mask, excellent directional feather and a solid bird. Just put him over the second bird. Second bird's a nice variety bird, good deep colour of him and a nice face. The third bird is a large strong bird, but we put him into third spot just because of he's not as good a variety bird as the birds ahead of him. He's a little bit powder in the markings and just doesn't have the variety features of the ones above. The fourth bird, good colour, lovely face, slightly thick, so pushed them back into that position, as we did with the fifth bird. Strong colour, stands well. Flecking is a bit of a problem there, but it's not bad, we just penalised it. What we actually did when we did our sort, our first sort, we put bird A up the front. When we went through and started looking at the birds better, we noticed it doesn't have a tail. That's why it's in disqualified, and T was disqualified as well. Cage P does throw its hip out a little bit, but we've passed it through because it does pull it in. But yeah, thanks very much for that.
You just heard the comments from Scott Erickson on the Lacewing class.
So do you want to run through the rest of that fallow?
Yeah, we might run through the fallow class. So, Keevers, Cage A, Keevers and Hodgkinson, you can see them on your screen there. South Queensland, Norm Wheatley, Western Australia. Ian Hardnage from Tasmania in Cage C. D, RNC Ogden, North Central Queensland. E, Marie and Paul McCusker, New South Wales. F, Alan Rowe from Victoria. G, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. H, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. I, Greg Horrobin from South Queensland. G, Ross Crack from Tasmania. K, Wayne Carsham from Victoria. L, Steve Wilson from New South Wales. M, B, Schuster from North Central Queensland. N, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. O, RNC Ogden from North Central Queensland. P, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Q, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. R, Alan Rowe from Victoria. S, Ross Crack from Tasmania. T, Eric Whitten from New South Wales. And last cage, U, Greg Horrobin from South Queensland. So that's the exhibitors in the fallow class.
So I'll just quickly run through the exhibitors and the cage numbers in the Spangled class. Cage A, Mark M. Pace from North and Central Queensland. B, Sean Buckingham, Tasmania. C, R. Stevens, Victoria. D, Holmes Family, South Australia. E, Guy Denning, New South Wales. F, B, Bob Foles, Western Australia. G, Ian and Jan Spann from South Queensland. H, Alan Kent, South Queensland. I, J and J Fletcher of Tasmania. J, Norm Wheatley, Western Australia. K, A, Arsalainen from Victoria. L, Vic Vikoski, New South Wales. P, M, McElroy, Northern and Central Queensland. N, Holmes Family, South Australia. O, Sean Buckingham, Tasmania. P, R, Min from West Australia. Q, Michael Sloper, South Australia. R, James Matthews, New South Wales. S, Shepherd and Flanagan, Victoria. T, Lucas Hendry, South Queensland. And finally, U, B, Schuster from Northern Central Queensland.
That was cage G in the Spangled class, was Ian and Jill Span
Oh, sorry.
from South Queensland.
So I apologise for that.
Okay, so you can see the judges have moved the birds around in the fallow class. So currently we have cage B from Norm Wheatley's from Western Australia sitting in first position. G, Kokoski and Ricebird from South Australia currently in second position. Looks like K, the sticker
correct.
looks like it's come off there, but it looks like a K. Wayne Karsha from Victoria, sorry. Cage R, Alan Rowe from Victoria. D, G and C, Ogden from North Central Queensland. H is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. E is Marie and Paul McCusker from New South Wales.
Very early stages of the judging of this class, so we'll just look in and see what the judges are up to.
So in regards to the fallow variety, just a bit of a history on that. It appeared in Australia and Europe around the same time during the early part of the 1930s, and then was reported in Germany about 1934. So the fallows have been around for quite some time, and one of the varieties that breeders have put a lot of work into. We've seen a lot of improvement in the fallows over the last 15, 20 years. You can see some of the size of the fallows. Some of the birds are quite strong, big birds on comparison with other varieties. So well done to all the fallow breeders out there. Good luck to all the exhibitors in the class. So you can see there's quality all the way along. You look down the row of the fallow class, it looks quite an even class in regards to depth of quality. So,
okay, just a quick briefing on the fallow class in regards to previous winners. 2019 in Brisbane was Peter Fern of Victoria, 2018 in Penrith, Victoria, 17 Mackay, Western Australia, 16 Victoria, Hobart, and 15 in Mandurah of the South Queensland. Just a little bit of a... Peter Fern here has won 3 out of the last 4, so that's a great effort on Peter's behalf.
Just correcting Gary there, that's Victoria.
Victoria's won 3.
3 out of the last 4. Yeah. And Peter Fern being the winner of the last Nationals that was held in Brisbane in 2019 is actually having the pleasure of judging the fallow class this year. So no doubt he's really enjoying that, being a variety that he breeds.
Okay, well, just quickly on the Spangled, previous ANBC National in Brisbane 2019 was R. Wilson, Victoria. Penrith in 18 was New South Wales. 17 in Mackay was South Queensland. 16 in Hobart was South Queensland. And 15 in Mandurah was Victoria. So it's spread around a little bit there in the wins over the last 5 years.
We'll get to the history on the Spangled class. Well, we might as well do it now. So the Spangled variety is a variety that originated in Australia. So that was first identified in the early 1970s. It was first seen in Victoria actually. So another one, as we mentioned, a newer variety to come along, the Spangles, but traditionally very good standard, very good quality of bird that can be seen in the Spangled class. So early days on, you can still see the cages are sitting in alpha order. So the birds the judges are having a look at the birds. Birds are making their first impressions on the judges.
Just an update on the point score for the Shield. Victoria 474, New South Wales 388, South Queensland 348, South Australia 305, Western Australia 209, Northern and Central Queensland 206, and Tasmania 146. So Victoria is slowly stretching their lead.
Very close between Western Australia and North Central Queensland, with only 3 points between those two.
Not a lot of difference in the South Australia, South Queensland. So they're fighting each other for the third position.
Okay, so you can see the Spangled class there. You mentioned earlier on Scott and John having a First look at the class.
At the first glance, Mark, there's some strong birds through there.
There are. They look like some birds with some good head quality. So as Gary mentioned early on, there's the exhibitors and the cage numbers that he's already run through up on the screen there. You can see the exhibitor's name, the zone that they're from, and the ring number of the bird. So that's for class 22, the Spangled class.
I'll just quickly make mention, Mark, on the efforts of Ray Slade over this weekend. Ray had 5 birds in the Nationals this weekend, 4 Logie winners and a second place to his own bird. So that's a great effort, Ray.
Well done, Ray. That's outstanding. I'll come and talk to you about a bird shortly.
Okay, so we should be getting the fallows moved along a bit now on the other side.
Yes, they've had them out there on the bench for a little while, so they should be getting to that stage where they're looking to swap the rows over, I would say. And you can see the judges now, those birds that have made that first impression on the judge, that they're moving. You can see John there just making sure the stickers fastened to the front of the show cage.
Currently in first position from Rex Stevens and Victoria. I think it was Guy Denning's bird in cage E that's progressing to the second position. So just back to the fallows, Mark. We have
cage B, Norm Wheatley is currently in first position. Cage G, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia, is in second position. So you can see Peter wanting to move the bird around with the judging stick to have a good look at it. Looks in lovely condition, the first 2 birds. You can see the bird in cage B, first position, showing some height in its cap feathers above the seat.
Good evenly spaced mask as well.
Yes. As does the second bird.
Cage D is currently sitting in third position.
Cage D is RNC Ogden from North Central Queensland, so Russell and Cheryl. Cage D is that we went through, just can't make out the next position.
Cage K is after D.
Looks a bit restless, the bird in cage D. You can see the bird, and as I just said that, it hopped up on the perch. Looks a nice long body bird, a strong bird.
There we go, it's relaxing now and starting to show its qualities.
Just needs to catch the judge's eye at the right time. Cage G looks a little bit restless there. The judges were trying to have a bit of a look at it. Just can't see the 4th place bird there. Cage K, you're right, Gary, it is in 4th place. That's Wayne Karsha from Victoria in 4th place. So they're progressing along nicely in the fallow class. You can see John Mully's come across and Scott Erickson to have a look at the bird, potentially in 2nd position currently in the fallow class. I'm not sure what the judges are looking at there. Bird's hanging on to the front. I'm not sure if it's something to do with the feet of the bird. Looks like John's wanting to look. You got any ideas there, Gary?
Well, it's showing like feathers missing from around the vent, but I could be totally wrong there. It just looked like it was a little bit loose around the vent area. It looks like Steve indicating a toe issue there.
Okay, so the judge is conferring on that, having a discussion on the bird.
I think that's what it is, Mark. They're looking at how the 4th toe is sitting on, whether it's on the side of the perch or on behind the perch. I think it's a toe issue there, the positioning of the toe.
Okay, so bird in cage G that they're having a look at. So it is the bird's foot that they were looking at, the bird's toes, and it looks like Peter's marked the cage. And unfortunately, that bird's been disqualified.
So that was cage
G. So we can see they're progressing along with the Spangled class. So it looks like we've got cage C currently in first position for Rex Stevens from Victoria. And you can see the judges just adjusting the cages on the top row in the fallow class. So that's cage D has now moved into second position with cage K in third. Cage A for Keevers and Hoskinson from South Queensland in fourth.
Cage
R in fifth, which is Alumro from Victoria. And looks like we're going to go across and have a bit of a look at the Spangled class. So there we go, cage C. Cage E currently in second position for Guy Denning from New South Wales.
Cage
T.
Lucas Hendry from South Queensland.
Cage S is in fourth position.
James Matthews, New South Wales.
Cage S, Gary, that was Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria in cage S.
Yes, change G is Ian and Jill Spann from South Queensland. L is Vic Kokoski. It looks like you after that, Mark.
Yeah, it does look like a U goes. B Schuster
from Northern and Central Queensland.
Can't make out the next sticker, sorry. It looks like an A maybe, but don't quote me on that. That could be Michael Pace from North Central Queensland. So we can see most of the birds perching there, as we can see in the Spangled class, sitting up on the perch, giving himself every chance.
And pleasing to the eye too is most of the birds in this class are carrying nice spangle marking.
So when Gary's talking about spangle markings, we're talking about that that line bordering the feather on the bird's wing.
The black
lines. So it's almost like someone has taken a pen and marked the bird's wing. That definition of that black line. That thin black line against the yellow or the white wing, it would be obviously on a blue series bird, which we have a couple of in cage S and cage G.
Belonging to Shepherd and Flanagan S and Ian and Jill Spann from South Queensland.
Okay, so just a minor change there on the bottom row. We're just moving cage N in front of cage R, so they just swap those two cages around.
Cage U, Mark, is a nice dark factored bird from B Schuster. It's a good contrast when you have a dark factored bird against the depth of colour in the yellow, and the same with cage L, looks very similar.
So that deep colour green against the vibrant yellow.
Looking at cage E, the perfect example of our bullseye spots, and we don't have that a lot on our spangles at the present time. We need to improve that area of our spangles. If you can see the bird in cage E, perfect example of the variety. The wing markings are lovely and black. Bullseye spots, good depth of mask. So very good varietal bird, cage E.
Well done to the breeder. It's something, as Gary mentioned, we don't see as often as we should in the variety. But you can definitely a fantastic example of that on that particular bird. Looks like they're swapping the rows around in the fallow class there, Stephen and Peter. So they're going to have a look at eye level at the birds that were previously on the bottom row. They're bringing them up to have a look at them. And again, you're looking at the quality of those birds. Some good, consistent quality of bird right through the class.
And it's hard to maintain good size in the fallow variety as well, so congratulations to all the fallow breeders. They're starting to improve the body size of the bird, which is very pleasing.
Okay, so just looking at that wide shot there of the fallow class. So it doesn't look like there are any changes when they move the top row down to the bottom. Still B currently in first position for Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Second position, Cage D, Russell and Cheryl Ogden from North Central Queensland. Third position, Cage K, Wayne Karsha from Victoria. Okay, so moving along with both of those classes.
Okay, we've got our feedback on the fellow.
So the judges look like they're taking a look at, missed the cage number there, sorry, not number, the letter.
A few minor changes now on the top row for the Spangled class.
Cage
First
L,
four-
O and P.
First four birds are all strong. Not much between the first four. And so we had a lead change. So Cage O mark.
Sorry, my apologies then. I read the bottom row as being currently in first, second and third position. I think they're in the fallow class, so I may have got mixed up. No, I didn't. They're moving them back. So it was B, D and K.
Yes.
So the judges have had a look at the bottom row up on the top row. They're just moving those birds back. So it is Norm Wheatley in first position. Cage D, Russell and Cheryl Ogden in second position, and Wayne Karsha in Cage K in third position. But as I mentioned, there's a good quality of fallow to be seen here today in this class. Congratulations to the exhibitors. So we would think we wouldn't be far away from a final outcome in the fallow class. That's class 21. So we will be having a break after these two classes, and we will be coming back and doing the classes 23 to 28. So the final 6 classes after the break. I think it was 2 o'clock, Gary, that we're due to come back after the vote.
Yes,
Yep.
recommence at 2 o'clock.
Judging recommences, and we'll be back at 2 after the conclusion of these judging of these 2 classes. So you can see the judges of the fallow class, they just brought the bird up from the bottom row to compare against the bird at the end of the top row. So I would dare say we're not far away at all from them making a decision in the fallow class. So
Stay tuned.
there we go. Cage B, currently in first position. John and Scott are working their way through the Spangled class currently as well. So the positions there are Cage C, E, T in the first 3 positions in the Spangled class. S is in 4th position, Shepherd and Flanagan.
So we're away. Congratulations to Norm Wheatley winning the fallow class.
So Cage 2, second position, Cage D, Russell and Cheryl Ogden. Cage K in 3rd position for Wayne Karsha from Victoria. Cage R in 4th position, Alan Rowe from Victoria. 5th position is in Cage A, so that is Keevers and Hodgkinson from South Queensland. Cage N is in 6th position, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. Cage H is 7th, and that's for Norm Wheatley again. Cage E is in 8th position, Marie and Paul McCusker from New South Wales. 9th position is Cage O. Looks of it, Russell and Cheryl Ogden again. Cage M is in 10th, and that is Bruce Schuster from North Central Queensland. So Stephen's just moving down to the bottom row to mark the cages there. Cage I is in 11th position. G, Greg Horrobin. L, Steve Wilson from New South Wales. P is in 13th position, and that is
Norm Wheatley again.
Yep. Cage C, 14th position.
14th.
Eden Hardnage from Tasmania. Cage F is in 17th position, Ross Crack. Cage J, 19th is Cage S. Cage G was disqualified.
Okay, congratulations to Norm Wheatley, the winner of the Fallow class.
2022, well done Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Great effort.
And congratulations to Russell and Cheryl Ogden in coming second, and to Wayne Karsha for coming third.
Here's the results from Dave Ganser now, official results.
Results of Class 21, Fellows. First, Cage B. Second, Cage D. Third, Cage K. Fourth, Cage R. Fifth, Cage A. Sixth, Cage N. Seventh, Cage H. Eighth, Cage E. Ninth, Cage O. 10th, Cage M. 11th, Cage I. 12th, Cage L. 13th, Cage P. 14th, Cage C. 15th, Cage Q. 16th, Cage U. 17th, Cage F. 18th, Cage J. 19th, Cage S. And the bird in Cage G was disqualified, and Cage T was removed from the bench, and the judge can explain why.
It was the positions of place gettings for the fellow class from Dave Ganser. So congratulations to everyone in those class.
So the remaining class now is the Spangled. We're just waiting for the final decisions on the Spangled class.
We should get back to that shortly. So as we mentioned earlier on, there's a break after the Spangled class, and we're going to hear from Stephen Moe for comments about the fellow class.
Okay, we had the pleasure, Peter and I, of judging the fellows, and as has been with every class that we've judged today, the winning bird just went straight into first place, and there he sat. Okay, and you can see why. And yes, he does have a problem. He has only one tail feather and it's twisted, but he's just so far superior to everything else, he still wins. The next bird that we really liked. I'm not sure it would have beaten the first bird, but certainly it would have beaten everything else here, and that's G, which was disqualified. And you'll find the reason she was disqualified is that she's actually had some of her toe chewed off. So not just the claw, but part of the toe itself. And so instead of sitting around, it actually sticks up. So unfortunately, because of the rules, we had to put her down. So then that brought D into second place. And you can see, really they're a long way behind the winning bird. So the biggest issue is that most of them haven't got the feather length that we require on the modern birds. And that's why they're placed accordingly. At one stage, it looked like we were only picking the pretty ones because they were all the blues in a row. But we moved down. R probably has a bit more feather and back skull than the others, but he's a bit old style. The bird that's starting to get the modern features is the bird in A, but unfortunately he doesn't have the back skull and doesn't have the feather length. But whoever's working with him, they're on the right track, definitely. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was Stephen there. Stephen talking about the giving comments in regards to the fallow class. So we should be heading back to the Spangled class shortly.
This is actually the bottom row being placed on the top row, so they're assessing the bottom row now.
So those birds that are there, cage J, cage K, that we just saw them, Norm Wheatley, and
still gives you a strong indication of the quality of Spangles, because the birds on the bottom row now are still quite strong. But if it's just talking about the markings, if you have a look and compare cage E with that beautiful spangle marking the bullseye spot, which the standard stands for, and if you're unfortunate to have a look at cage J, it doesn't carry any black marking on the wing and no spot. So the goal of our Spangle variety is the bird in cage E.
okay, so as we mentioned, they've moved the bottom row up to the top, so cage J, cage K there, and currently positions in the Spangled class, Gary, as they stand them. Cage E is in first place
from Guy Denning, New South Wales.
Cage S is Shepherd and Flanagan
from Victoria.
And I just can't make out there over through John. If he moves shortly, we'll try and get you the third place bird. I'm not sure from memory. I just went past.
It could have been the
cage T.
Okay, that's Lucas Henry from South Queensland.
Okay, so you can see the birds there. Cage J and K, a little bit restless. Judges are working their way down along that top row. So we can see the judges discussing. So there's our leading bird in the Spangled class.
A really powerful, strong hen. She's got that lovely forward thrust on the top of the cap, width of head. Super, super bird.
And as Gary mentioned, as far as varieties go, those markings, fantastic.
Look at that spangle marking. As Mark was talking about, it's the black marking around the perimeter of the feather and the beautiful bullseye spot. How she releases that throw. Strong, powerful hen.
Almost looks like those markings have been painted by an artist. They're really defined, they're really noticeable. So you can see the judges there working on some of those birds in the top half of the bottom row that they've moved to the top. So
looking at cage S mark too, it looks like it's got reasonably well marked wings as well, pattern.
Yes, yeah, we can just see those wing markings on cage S over the top of the front of the cage there, show cage. Nice big bird. Cage T there, you can see sitting on the perch well.
Lucas Henry, yes.
Cage J and K are still a little bit restless for the judges there. They're both doing synchronised cage front crawling. So there we can see the bird in cage K has managed to perch, and they've got cage J there as well to have a bit of a look at him. So it looks like they're going to make a little change here. So they've moved cage J down a couple of positions.
I think the penalty, why the J's been dropped down, is probably penalised it for not having a lot of marking. I think it's got more body colour marking on the wing instead of ground colour, so it's the black should be in the wing and not the blue. And I think that's, it's been penalised for that.
Okay, so they're moving the top row back onto the top, so to speak. So they're swapping the rows over.
So I don't think we're too far away from having a new winner of the Spangled class for 2022. And I'd just like to emphasise to all our Spangled breeders out there, have a look at the bird in KG, and if you can achieve that sort of marking, that's the way we have to go.
As we mentioned earlier on, always a strong class of birds, the Spangles. Yes. They're a very popular variety, and with them being a dominant variety, they're a variety that's produced in numbers, and by dominant we mean when you pair them up to another variety, that you're producing good numbers of birds in the nests. So you can see the bird in second place in cage S has moved up onto the perch now, so we're getting a bit of a look at it for the first time.
Just tends to probably lean a little bit forward, the bird in cage S at the stage, but that might be just a bit of a stress thing. I know it's sitting up straight now.
Nice wide mask. Good shoulder on the bird in cage S, as is the bird in cage T. So judges have almost finished swapping over the two rows. And while they're doing that, I just wanted to say what a beautiful day it is in Victor Harbour. The sun's shining today. It's a fantastic day outside.
Just making a final change.
As opposed to yesterday, we had a bit of rain and we had a bit of a power outage to a storm locally, so we can see they're getting quite close here with the Spangled class.
They'll compare the bird on the bottom row shortly to the last bird on the top row to get that final assessment on those two birds.
Just see Scott having a look at a bird in bird in cage L, which is Vic Kukoski's bird from New South Wales.
Looks like John has pen in hand.
John has his pen in his hand, and
looks like we might be congratulating Guy Denning of New South Wales on a lovely Spangle variety win for 2000.
First place. Congratulations, Guy Denning of New South Wales. You've just won the Spangled class at the Nationals. Well done. Cage S in second place, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria. Cage T in third place is Lucas Hendry from South Queensland. Cage C in fourth position is Rex Stevens from Victoria. Cage L in fifth position is from Vic Kukoski in New South Wales. Cage H is finished sixth, that's Alan Kent from South Queensland. Cage U looks like it's finished in sixth position. Sorry, eighth place for D, seventh place for U, ninth place Cage G, Cage A, 10th place Michael Pace from North Central Queensland. Cage K looks like the next bird to come along, which will be in 11th position. That is from, just missed that name there, sorry. Cage B, 12th place, Sean Buckingham from Tasmania. 13th place, Cage J, Norm Wheatley. Cage N, Holmes Family, South Australia. Cage M is in 15th place, Peter McElroy from North Central Queensland. 16th is R. James Matthews, New South Wales. Q is in 17th position, Michael Sloper, South Australia. 18th is Cage I. 19th is Cage O. 20th is Cage F. So just wanted to
congratulate
congratulate Guy Denning. This year is the first year that he's had birds represent New South Wales and go away to the Nationals, and he's managed to get
win.
a national winner. So
Well done, big effort.
I can't see anyone happier out there other than probably Ray Slade and Dave Ganser with the results coming.
Results of Class 22, Spangled. First, Cage E. Second, Cage S. Third, Cage T. Fourth, Cage C. Fifth, Cage L. Sixth, Cage H. Seventh, Cage U. Eighth is Cage D. Ninth is Cage G. 10th is Cage A. 11th is Cage K. 12th is Cage B. 13th Cage J. 14th Cage N. 15th Cage M. 16th Cage R. 17th Cage Q. 18th Cage I. 19th Cage O. 20th Cage F. And 21st is Cage P.
So we're back, and they were the results in the Spangled class. Congratulations again to Guy Denning, to all the place getters in the class. Well done. Or all the exhibitors, I should say. So just a quick recap. Guy Denning from New South Wales in first position, Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria in second position, and Lucas Hendry from South Queensland in third position. So there were some fantastic birds in that class. Strong class as it is every year at the Nationals. So well done. Just wanted to give well, hopefully we'll be hearing from the judges in regards to the Spangled class shortly. So just wanted to give you a brief update. That Facebook page that we mentioned yesterday, we'll mention it again, facebook.com/ANBC show. And in regards to the web for results, we have www.nationalresults.net. So that will keep you abreast of any results and things happening here at the 46th ANBC National Championship Show.
I'd just like to say something. I've just been informed that yesterday Guy had a bird in and his name was spelt wrong. So Guy Denning has a one N, but there's two N's in winners, Guy.
There
Congratulations.
certainly is. Winners are grinners, so yep. And here we are, hearing from John Mulley about the Spangled class.
Well, Scott and I just judged the Spangled class. What a great class to finish the session on. First bird in cage E, very strong hen. She showed well all day, lovely markings, great target spots, and just a magnificent budgerigar. Second bird in cage S, another great bird with strong shoulder, smooth back line, well-rounded cap, but the bird in front just had superior markings. Third bird in cage T, another bird with great substance, great directional feather, just lacking the markings of the bird in front. Fourth bird in cage C, another large bird, smooth back line, great top end, frontal rise. Bird in cage L from back there, incredible top on the bird, large, modern face, just a condition let her down and she was dropping her wings as the day progressed. Thank you very much.
That was John just giving us the comments there on the Spangled class. So that's the end of the judging for this first session. With us now we have Ian Wise, who's been organising the lucky squares for the birds available there. So, yeah.
We're going to proceed in drawing the winners of the lucky squares. Over to you, Ian.
Take it away.
Thank you to everyone who bought a square and good luck.
They're all posted on Facebook if you wanted to find out what your numbers actually are.
Okay, so the first one we've got available, the first bird,
is the Wiedenhofer Yellowface Opaline Sky Blue.
there we go. So the yellowface opaline sky blue from
And that's generating now.
So you can see that there on the screen, and
It's
is
number
number
63.
63.
Charles Gelgen. So we'll mark that one.
There we go. Congratulations, you've just won yourself a bird.
And we'll go to the second bird.
So the second bird is a normal grey-green
From
from
the Holmes
family, who had some success in that class.
So the
yesterday.
generation's working now.
Finishing 6th with the normal grey-green.
201, which is Con Heravan.
From Victoria. So congratulations, Con. I'm sure you'll have a drink to celebrate that.
Yes, well done to
Winning
both
the
winners.
grey-green cockbird, was it cockbird? Yes, from
Yes.
the Holmes family. So yeah, thanks Ian, well done. Well done to everyone who participated in that
yeah.
and bought some lucky squares, and
Thank you very much.
we're done. Winners are grinners.
So I don't know what's needed of us at the present time.
I dare say Ian will be in touch, or you'll be in touch with Ian to organise what's happening
the
with the birds.
delivery of the birds, yeah.
Yep,
As
fantastic.
soon as you said, we'll listen to you. As soon as you said that's it, thanks, we're good.
Done.
That's nice.
Aussie Pet Connections are your one-stop shop for pet transport, seed and supplies. Whether it's by road or air, your pet will be in safe hands. They also stock an extensive range of pet products at competitive prices. Visit aussiepetconnections.com.au. AviSmart products are now available here in Australia. AviSmart is an innovator of budgerigar soft foods and feed supplements. With an ever-evolving product range, AviSmart are continually bringing innovation and value to the fancier. AviSmart takes an inside-out approach to its product range, retaining a chemist, zoologist and established bird breeders for product development and trials. It's this approach that has earned them the tag Better by Design. The AviSmart flagship product is Breed Plus Pro, a soft food substitute that is ready for immediate use. It's designed for those who are time poor and can't change out soft food morning and night. The product has a shelf life of 12 months and can be added to the breeding cage or aviary as a superior conditioning and rearing feed. Breed Plus Pro is naturally rich in the essential elements needed to promote maximum potential in your birds, maintain fertility, and safeguard the immune system in feeding parents. Breed Plus Pro is full of natural carbohydrates, proteins, minerals, vitamins, fats, probiotics, amino acids and folic acid to optimise the breeding season and nourish your birds from the inside out. Available in 5 kilogram bags, Breed Plus Pro combines export concentrate, Breed Plus powder and essential oils, as well as hulled oats, into a ready-for-use product that is easy and simple to use. For those owners wanting to construct your own soft food and benefit from the research and trials completed by Avi Smart, the components that make up the Breed Plus Pro ready-for-use product can be purchased individually here in Australia. Breed Plus is an advanced essential mineral and vitamin supplement which comes in a powdered form. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it can be mixed in with dry seed or soft food prior to breeding season or fed individually in finger drawers. Its advanced formula is designed to deliver essential minerals and vitamins containing more than 30 compounds. Breed Plus is a complete solution to boosting the immune system in the run-up to and during the stresses of rearing chicks. Mixed release proteins and carbohydrates assist in exceptional chick growth, while natural antioxidants promote optimal condition and fertility, while the addition of probiotics helps maintain gut flora. Export concentrate is specially designed without hulled oats and oils for Australian states and territories that cannot import seeds due to quarantine restrictions. The export concentrate is an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs and other feed components blended with iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Export concentrate is available in 5 kilogram bags. The essential oils mix is a combination of wheat germ, cod liver and aniseed oil. Using high percentages of cod liver oil, trials showed the ready-for-use product could spoil over time, so a 44% wheat germ oil content is used to stabilise the mixture for its extended shelf life, while 44% cod liver oil delivers vitamin A for chick growth and vitamin D for absorption of calcium and phosphate. The 12% aniseed content acts as a natural attractant for the budgerigars, making the mix highly palatable. While providing critical nutritional content, the essential oils mix also allows the export concentrate and Breed Plus to bind to the hulled oats in the final ready-for-use product. Available in 390ml satchels designed specifically for a 20 kilogram batch of hulled oats. Ultimate Egg Food is a moist feed containing an advanced blend of cereals, seeds, pulses, herbs, Witty Molan moist egg food and other feed components. It is fortified with food-grade essential oils blended with minerals, vitamins, iodine-rich seaweed and vegetable charcoal. Available in 5 kilogram bags, it is designed as a high-energy egg food for parents raising chicks and for weaning cages. Breed Plus Feather Support was designed specifically for birds recovering from French molt and PBFD. It is not a cure for either of these diseases, but a high-protein supplement to support feather regrowth. Trials in the UK showed that 80% of young birds suffering from French molt and mild PBFD recovered their flight feathers after a 10-week program where Breed Plus Feather Support was an additive to their diet. It has been used in the UK and Europe as an additive for supporting general feather growth, particularly on larger feathered budgerigars. Sold in 1 kilogram bags, it's added to soft food or fed individually in finger drawers. For more information on the AviSmart product range, visit the AviSmart Australia Users Facebook group. AviSmart. Better by design.
Hi, is this Charles Gelden? Good afternoon and welcome back. Well, the final session of the judging for the weekend is about to begin. I'd just like to update you on the current Shield point scores up to date from Class 21. So Victoria 521, New South Wales 423, South Queensland 384, South Australia 326, North and Central Queensland 239, Western Australia 236 and Tasmania 157. So the remaining classes for the day and for the 46th ANBC National Show at Victor Harbour. So we have Class 23, which is the Spangled RSV, 24 the Dominant Pied, 25 Recessive Pied, 26 Crested ASC ASV, the Hens class in 27 and the White Cap in 28.
So they're the 6 classes we've got remaining in the National Championships show. Just want to, for those who may not have joined us previously, we'll give you some details on where you can find the results so far for the classes that have been judged over the weekend. So the website you can head to is www.nationalresults.net, and you can also head to Facebook and facebook.com/ANBC show, and you'll find some more information there and also some links. It might get you to some useful places to get some information.
Yes, good.
Right, so the first 2 classes we have when we come back are the Spangled AOSV, any other standard variety, and that's class 23, and class 24 is the Dominant Pied class.
So I'll just give you a bit of a background on the previous results in the Spangled AOSV over the last 5 years. So in Brisbane in 2019, the Troy family from New South Wales were winners of this class. 2018 Penrith, Victoria. 2017 in Mackay was New South Wales. 2016 in Hobart was South Queensland. And 2015 in Mandurah was Western Australia. Going on to the Dominant Pied class. Previous winner in 2019 was Mick Gearin from Western Australia. And 2018, 17, 16, 15 were all run by Victoria. So Victoria won 4 out of the last 5 in the Dominant Pied class. So they are very strong in the Dominant Pieds, and we'll see how they go today.
So if we get an opportunity, we will run through the cage numbers and the exhibitors. You would have seen them on your screen then, but we'll read them out for you just in case you missed those. Hopefully before the judging commences or thereabouts.
Do you want me to do through the Spangles now, Mark?
Yeah, let's go through them. They're on the screen, so
Okay.
Gary's going to go through the exhibitors and the zones.
Cage A, Norm Wheatley, Western Australia. Cage B, Jay Coop, Northern and Central Queensland. Cage C, Derek Poole from Tasmania. D, G Illich from Victoria. E, Sue Adams from South Australia. F, Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland. F, Starcevic from New South Wales in Cage G. H is Gary and Helen Hibbard again from South Queensland. Cage I is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Cage J, James Matthews from New South Wales. Cage K is B Schuster from North and Central Queensland. Cage L is the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage M is G Mannix from Victoria. Cage N is Derek Poole from Tasmania. Cage O, Guy Denning from New South Wales. Cage P, Shepherd and Flanagan, Victoria. Cage Q is R&M Vidler from North and Central Queensland. R is Derek Poole from Tasmania. S, Alan Kent from South Queensland. T is M&D Gearing from Western Australia. And U is Michael Slaper from South Australia.
Okay, so we might go through the Dominant Pieds as well, Gary, while we've got this bit of time before the judging commences, just to let everyone know out there who we have as far as cages and exhibitors. So Cage A, Henry George from South Queensland. Cage B, Noel Kerr from Tasmania. Cage C, L Trumper from Western Australia. D, Holmes family from South Australia. Cage E, Michael Pace from North Central Queensland. Cage F, Eric Witten from New South Wales. G is Ian Hunter from Victoria. Cage H, R&M Vidler from North Central Queensland. Cage I, Gary Gazzard from New South Wales. Cage J, Roy Blair from Tasmania. Cage K, Gary Edwards from South Queensland. Cage L, D Taylor from Victoria. Cage M, Ken and Janet Harris from South Australia. Cage N, L Trumper from Western Australia. Cage O, Mal Lawn from South Queensland. Cage P, Rowe Brothers Partnership from Victoria. Cage Q, R&M Vidler again from North Central Queensland. Cage R, L Trumper from Western Australia. Cage S, Noel Kerr from Tasmania. Cage T, R.D. Simpson from South Australia. And finally, Cage U, James Matthews from New South Wales. So there are all the exhibitors in our dominant pied class we've got coming up for you shortly. We're hopefully going to also get an opportunity to have a look at the auction birds that we haven't been able to look at previously. So on there you should be able to see the pair of birds that have been made available from Norm Wheatley in Western Australia. You can see Norm's had quite a few birds here over the weekend for the Western Australian team. Had some success earlier on in the day with the fallow class. I'm pretty sure that Norm Wheatley won.
Yes, he did.
So we can see there the pair of birds that Norm's offered are the normal cinnamon grey-green cockbird and the cinnamon grey-green spangled hen. You can see some relatives of those two birds. You can also get a little bit of information from the breeder themselves, as with all the auction birds on the Auction 32 site that the breeder has provided, so comments about the birds.
It's probably the photo of the cockbird's not doing any justice. You can see how many pin feathers that bird has still not opened in its cap, so I'm thinking once those feathers are opened, it'll be quite a nice bird in the cap area. Both birds have very strong, coarse body feather.
So moving on to our next pair. So a pair made available from one of the judges this weekend, Peter Thurn from Victoria, who is also an inductee in the Breeder Excellence Division of the Hall of Fame, ANBC Hall of Fame. We can see the clear-bodied cockbird there. Now, Peter's mentioned in his comments that this will be the only clear body that he'll be selling this year. So Peter has had a very strong family of clear bodies and albinos that have been successful at national level. So there will be, this will be the only clear body Peter releases this year. And the albino hen there, you can see pair complement each other. From all accounts, the pair have pair bonded, so they're getting on quite well together. So that could be a plus for whoever purchases the birds.
Yeah, it's just another interesting fact too. The albino, her grandfather is the sire of the cock in this pair, so very closely related.
So they've got that bloodline background there, that link. So yeah, a nice pair of birds offered by Peter Thurn.
Okay, we're going to Craig Barnett now. Craig's pair.
So we can see there we've got a pair of normal spangles there, look to be both light greens. The cockbird is a light green carrying violet factor. So you can see there the quality of all those birds. We can see there the pair of birds themselves in the auction on the left, and we can see the sire of the cockbird in the auction on the far right hand side. The dam of the cockbird, so the mother of the cockbird in the auction. We can see a sister to the hen that Craig has made available in the pair of birds. So Craig has got a strong stud of birds and a strong family of spangles. Good sized birds. You can see the length in the birds.
Just a little bit of history too. A lot of Craig's spangle line down from Bob Smith. Original blood, so it's very strong background.
with Bob being a member of the Hall of Fame as well, the ANBC Hall of Fame.
So the next lot up we have is from Hedra Kamal.
Okay, so the photos pretty much speak for themselves, don't they? Wonderful pair of birds. You can see, as we were talking earlier on in the day, when they were judging the Spangled class and the winner of the Spangled class, how important those markings are in that variety. We can see the cockbirds, wonderful bullseye spots, and we can see that definition in the wing, that characteristic spangle markings that we're looking for in that variety.
And both birds are right up off the perch.
The hen is a double factor spangle hen. Again, lovely long bird, style, shape, a strong pair of birds, real quality. As we said, photos speak for themselves. There's not much more I think Gary and I need to say about those birds. Yeah, it's there in front of you to look at.
Welcome addition to anybody's stud.
And well done, Hedra, for making those birds available. Well, I better talk these up. There's a pair of birds here available from Gary Gazzard from New South Wales. So a normal cinnamon grey-green spangled cockbird and a normal cinnamon light green hen. As we can see, the feather on the birds, around their face, the cleanliness of both birds. They have no head markings whatsoever. We can see head qualities in the cockbird shown in his cap feather. He's a few little pin feathers there, so when that open up, that's only going to enhance his cap feather even more. So Gary has performed at the national level for many years, and as I mentioned earlier on, is a member of the ANBC Hall of Fame. So well done, Gary, on offering a pair of birds of the quality of those two there.
Okay, the next pair we have up are from Kokoski and Rice. We have a dominant pied cockbird, sky blue. He's the grandson of the 2019 national winner Opaline Green. And the hen, we have an Opaline grey hen. She's a granddaughter of that Opaline light green bird. So
there's a linkage there with the bloodlines and the background of these two birds there. So Kokoski and Rice have had quite a few birds on show here this weekend over the ANBC Championship show in the South Australian team.
So if you're looking to want to breed some nice double factor dominant pieds, there's your pair.
Yeah.
So next thing we have,
and the final pair we have in the auction
is a pair from the Bradley family. We have a crested white-capped sky blue cockbird on the right-hand side, starting with the variety as the white-cap. You'll notice that the definition of black and white in the wings is quite strong, very good body colour, and the definition between the yellow in the mask to the white in the cap's quite good. As you can see in the photos too, there's a lot of pin feathers, so these birds could only look better from condition. And the hen bird, we have a crested cinnamon sky blue hen. Nice strong maiden hen, good feather and spot. Sire is a big strong blue crest, 50% Vic Murray lines. Dame is also out of the Bradley family's second strongest crest. So anyone wishing to incorporate crests with the white cap, here's your opportunity.
And with all the birds in the auction, you can see on the Auction 32 site the comments that the breeder has provided with the birds. So have a look, have a read, get an insight of the breeder's comments on the birds, and good luck. In regards to the auction, that finishes up at 7 p.m. tonight, South Australian time, so that'll be 7:30 Eastern time. That's in Australia.
Okay, looks like the birds are now on the benches ready for the judging of the dominant pied class and the spangle, any other standard variety class. So the pairings for this session, Peter Fern and Scott Erickson are doing the AOSV Spangle class, and John Mully and Steve Moe are doing the dominant pied class.
So just a little bit of history on the Spangle, any other standard varieties. They appeared shortly after the Spangled first appeared in the first half of the 1970s. So as we mentioned with the Spangled class earlier on in the day, quite a new variety to come along in the world of budgerigars. So yeah, you should see some very good birds, usually a strong class, as is the dominant pied class. Now, a bit of history on the dominant pieds. So they appeared in England in the 1930s, so they've been around a long time. There are also reports that there were dominant pieds seen in France and Germany around a little later, around 1932. And about 1933, the dominant pied mutation was noticed in aviaries of some of the prominent breeders in Sydney and Melbourne at the time, and the first bird to be exhibited was in Sydney in 1935 in Australia, as far as dominant pieds go. So just a little bit of background on those two classes and varieties we're looking at.
Yes, so the judging has commenced for both these classes, so the judges are now stepped back and starting to assess the birds before they make any changes. So they've moved cage O up into the first position.
So that's a bird of Mal Lawns from South Queensland. Cage K, they've seemed to have moved up as well, a bird of Gary Edwards, also from South Queensland. So South Queensland, a couple of South Queensland birds moving towards the front end of the class early on. Is it Cage P I can see there, Gary? Cage P, Rowe Brothers from Victoria there as well. See some lovely, lovely feather, cap feather on the bird in Cage O.
Nearly carrying a band, this bird, which you don't see very often.
Lovely variation in the body colour, and by that we mean the blue versus the white on the bird. You can see down the front of the bird's body. Striking bird, as is the bird in Cage
K. Very nice violet dominant pied.
You can see there's some good sized birds even from far back. So I think that was the bird Gary was referring to in Cage K. You can see some width of cap, modern facial features on the bird in Cage K.
Very modern face and bird on Cage K, beautiful directional feather.
Lovely contrast between that colour, between the white and the violet. Cage P is currently in third place, Rowe Brothers, I think I mentioned that. We've moved across to the Spangled AOSV class.
This is a bird from Cage H from Gary and Helen Hibbard. Nice browy hen. Bullseye spot.
So Cage, just looking back at the dominant pieds, we've got Cage F, is it in fourth place? Currently, Eric Whitten from New South Wales. Cage A in fifth place is Henry George from southeast Queensland. And it looks like we move back across to the Spangled AOSV class. So we have another bird with lovely facial features, lovely shape and outline. I'm not quite sure of what cage that was, but no doubt we'll get an opportunity to look at those birds again. So we were Cage A was in fifth placing in the dominant pied class, which is Henry George from South Queensland. Just moved again, sorry. So the Spangled AOSV class, we have Cage H in first position currently, Gary and Helen Hibbard. Cage F, by the looks of it,
is another Hibbard bird, which is good news there. G is Andy Stankovic from New South Wales, and I is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. P is a Blue Series bird from Shepherd and Flanagan.
Cage M after that was G Mannix from Victoria. So it doesn't look like there's been any changes in those first few birds in the dominant pied class. We can see on the right hand side. And here we are back for the first couple of birds in the Spangled AOSV class. So cage G we're currently looking at.
From Anthony Starchevich from New South Wales.
You can see another hen bird in the class. Okay, we can see the judges having a close look at one of the birds in the dominant pied class. I'm not sure what cage that is. So this looks like the first place bird in the Spangled AOSV class we just had a look at then. And it looks like they're moving some cages in the Spangled AOSV class. They've moved cage K.
Lovely tucked in beak there.
So we can see that bird relaxing and working its feathers, pushing its feathers forward, enhancing the look of the bird. From
some very strong dominant pieds on the top row.
I think that was the next bird sitting in third position in the Spangled AOSV class. We just got a quick look at there. Okay, so it looks like we're heading back across to the dominant pied class. So cage O we can see, the first place bird in the dominant pied class is Mao Lawn from South Queensland. Lovely big bird, lots of feather. Cage K is still sitting in second position at the moment for Gary Edwards of South Queensland. Cage P in third position is the dominant pied of Rowe Brothers from Victoria. And I think that's cage O we're looking at there now. Lovely amount of feather on that bird. And we're going to have a look at the second place bird, I think, in the dominant pied class, which is cage K.
Very lovely contrast of colour on this bird. Beautiful spot. Beautiful body colour. Very good contrast.
4 good spots there. Evenly spaced out across the bird's mask. We've got cage P after that in third position, F and A. Cage A is Henry Georges. Cage C is Les Trumper from Western Australia. What have we got after that, Gary? Cage D is the Holmes family from South Australia. So there hasn't been a lot of changing in positions of the dominant pied class so far. With the judges now looking at birds along the bottom row. You can see Stephen and John are having a discussion about some birds. Cage I and cage T, by the looks of it, they're comparing, T and H. And H has just moved in front of cage T. So cage H is R&M Vidler from North Central Queensland. Cage T was R&D Simpson from South Australia. And they've made another slight change there, with cage Q just moving in front of cage T. Cage Q is another bird from R&M Vidler from North Central Queensland. So they have both of their birds placed next to each other there in cage H and cage Q. We can see the presence of the bird in cage O standing in front of the show cage, right up against the front of the show cage. catching the eye.
Yes.
And there's our comparison between our first two birds in the dominant pied class. So we can see different type of feather birds, different texture feather birds.
And one bird slightly out of condition too. The bird in O is such a powerful, strong bird, but it's not in all that good condition, so that might work against it, but with the power it's carrying, it may not.
So we can see the bird in cage K looking at us there. Lovely, clean-headed bird. So we might be heading across to have a look at the Spangled AOSV class now. Have a look at some of the birds across there. We can see all the birds in the pied class look to be behaving themselves quite well, although cage C was having a little run there.
So cage H.
Doesn't seem to be any change
in that at the moment.
In first place is Gary and Helen Hibbard from South Queensland.
And at the present time they have cage F, which is another Hibbard bird.
So they're currently placed first and second in the Spangled AOSV class.
The strong bird, the Opaline Spangled cockbird.
Currently in second place. Showing those lovely modern facial features. Lots of width of cap either side of the birds here. Lots of feather forward of the eye from that side-on view. Cage G, it looks like we've got in third position there, Gary, still.
Cage G is the Amphistotivix from New South Wales.
And cage I, after that, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia, with the judges just having a look at the birds on the lower row of the Spangled. Oh, we've got the bird judges coming across to have a conference about one of the birds in the dominant pied class.
I think
cage, did you get that cage M they're looking at, Gary?
Cage M, they're looking at this bird for a presence of tail. They have at first thoughts that this bird is not carrying a tail. So I think they've conferred now and the decision pending.
So we'll just wait to see if there's any movement with cage M.
While they're there, the four judges are assessing the top two birds.
And what lovely birds they are too.
And just having a bit of a bet on this decision, the bird, second place bird in such beautiful condition, might tip the front bird just on so close for quality of the budgerigar, but they might tip him in condition in favour of condition.
You can see the bird in second place currently in the dominant pied class, seeming quite relaxed.
So that bird they were conferring over it's been confirmed that it doesn't have its tail, so it's gone unfortunately to the DQ.
So we can see Stephen Moe shuffling the cages across on the bottom row. So that's unfortunate for the exhibitors in cage M in the dominant pied class. Looked a very nice bird. We can see that being confirmed with John writing on the cage there. And we can see Stephen there putting some work in, trying to get the bird on cage R on the perch, which he's had some luck with.
So they're trying to find a position to place the bird that Steve just bought from the top of the bottom row. So they've moved him down quite a few positions.
Okay, so it looks like they're bringing the bird. No, sorry. Looked like John was going to pick up a cage then, but he didn't. So assessing the bird in cage N in the dominant pied class. On the right hand side of the top row, so they're just assessing the birds then. We move back across to the Spangled AOSV class, so we can see Scott and Peter
looking at cages M and T from G Mannix and M&D Gearing.
Peter's just also discussing cage P, Shepherd and Flanagan bird from Victoria. And I must say, all of the birds look quite relaxed, with most of the birds perching in the Spangled AOSV class, putting their best foot forward on the day. So we can see an opaline grey spangled cockbird there.
They're looking apparently at cage T for the amount of head flecking, whether it's acceptable or non-acceptable.
So
Peter's had to confer with the standard.
So the pictorials Gary was referring to in regards to head markings early on in the day, you can see there, Peter referring to those that are in the standard.
So I think Peter's thinking that maybe it's on the borderline, so he's getting confirmation from Stephen and John.
Also looks like they're using cage P in the class, referencing that bird.
Yes, so they're
coming back to cage T, having a discussion about that bird. And it looks like...
Yes, so they've allowed it to stay in the class as just incurring a penalty. As you can see, there's only a few feathers in the top of the crown that that bird was carrying that had head marking, and most of the head feathers in the cap were clear.
So just some minor change there in the dominant pied class. You can see a one position move on the top row, in the second half of the top row. We can also see that cage T has moved up one position in the Spangled AOSV class in front of cage M. And there's a little bit more movement in the dominant pied class as well, in that second half of the top row on the right hand side.
That cage T, the outline of that bird's very, very good. I think allowing for the head for that penalty on the head ticking, I think it still could go a spot or two further up.
And there's been another shuffle there, so cage J has moved in front of cage M, so cage J In the Spangled AOSV class,
James
is James Matthews from New South Wales, moved up a position. Looks like we're moving back across to the dominant pied class. It looks like the judges are discussing cages, birds in cage C and D. So Les Trumper from Western Australia in cage C, and the Holmes family from South Australia with cage D. Both birds running on the floor of the cage there at the minute, with the judges moving back towards the front of the class. Judges commenting there on the lovely length of the bird in cage A in the dominant pied class, a Henry George bird from South Queensland. Okay, so the judges coming back together. Does it look like they're discussing cage T again, Gary? Yes.
Okay, what they're talking about on cage T is the positioning of their feet on the body. It's apparently it's perching where its feet is quite a way apart. I think that might be P they're referring to and not T.
So we'll try and let you know, if we can, what's going on there. And then back discussing cage T. So there's a bit of discussion on cages P and T in the Spangled AOSV class.
The birds are settling a bit now for them to view.
Both birds sitting there nicely there, giving the judges the opportunity to see what they're looking for in the birds. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more information.
What Peter's referring to, he's concerned that the bird in T, when he's perching, his right leg is always out past the width of his body.
Which you can pick up on that shot there.
The legs should be in or further than the line of the wing line.
Okay, so they've moved cage T, was that, Gary?
No, they have DQ'd cage T. That's a shame because the same bird had a lovely top end.
And as Gary mentioned earlier on the shape of the bird, the outline. We can see some discussion at in the top row of the dominant pied class. And it looks like
a little change there.
So they've moved
cage A
up into third position for Henry George from South Queensland, and cage P now sits in fourth position for the Rowe brothers from Victoria.
And it's gone back one more position.
And there's another change there. Cage P moving down into fifth position. And you get that cage F, is it, Gary, up in fourth position?
Yeah.
That's Eric Whitten's bird from New South Wales in cage F. You can see that bird in third position currently. Lovely long bird. The judge is discussing the birds. in the dominant pied class in the first few positions.
Yeah. Yeah. They just mentioned there that the two birds up front, O and K, are two entirely different birds, and I think the battle will be between O and K in the long run.
So we can see they're changing positions, moving the bottom row to the top and the top row to the bottom of the staging.
Both would be worthy winners, cages O and K. I would love to have seen the bird in cage O in proper feather condition. I think it would have cemented his position in first place, but you'll have to take that conditioning in the head cap into consideration when they decide to pick a winner.
So again, judges moving that bottom row up to the top row so they can view the birds at eye level, ensuring they're comfortable with the placings in that class. And we can see again all of those birds on the top row. Currently the row sitting at the top of the staging in the dominant pied class, all the birds are perching.
So we still have H as our leading bird in the Spangled AISV class, which is a Gary and Helen Hibbard bird.
Both birds are we still in first and second?
H and F are both Gary and Helen, so both strong, powerful birds in their own respect.
See Peter having a look at something on the bird currently in second place, wanting to see a particular part of the bird.
The poor old bird in F's a little bit stressed at the moment. He's not coping with the pressure of the judging.
Yes, you can see he's a little bit restless there at the moment. I'm not quite sure, can't make out what Peter's actually looking for there.
I think if Peter will have to leave, they'll give him time now to settle, which I'm sure he will.
Okay, so they're swapping the rows around in the dominant pied class. So I wouldn't think we'd be too far away from getting
a decision on the pied class.
As we can see, we're back to that bird that's currently placed second in the Spangled AOSV class. Lovely facial features, good head quality on the bird, rolling the feather up the back of his neck when he relaxes.
Yes. The second bird they're looking at now, the Opaline grey-green Spangled ISV, they love what they see in the bird as a big, powerful budgie, but they just want to see him on the perch and perform, and so they can look at him correctly. But they do rate this bird. They just need him up on the perch to compare him to the birds in front and behind him. I think they will give him time because I think they can see something in this cockbird.
He's not wanting to play the game at the moment, but you can see the bird in cage P that's sitting fourth in that class is very steady. Cage F seems to be sitting on the perch again there, although he's not completely comfortable.
No, he seems to be laying across the perch. I think once they try to take that tail off, that might upset him a bit more.
Must say the bird in first position doesn't seem to have moved since they've brought her out on the staging. Showing herself really, really well. A lovely bird. Okay, so it looks like
they've just about finalised the pied selections. They've taken the bottom bird up to compare it with the last bird on the top row.
as you may have seen on the streaming, you may have seen vision of the carers' room, so these birds are given the very best of care over the weekend. They're in very good hands, given every chance by being presented in the best condition they possibly can be. Just having a look at the bird in cage P in the dominant pied class.
There's something Peter's noticed, Stephen's noticed on this bird, the grey dominant pied.
And we've actually, looks like it's going to be a shuffle of positions on the top row, towards the middle of the top row.
So he's gone down 2 or 3 positions.
So cage P, yes, as Gary mentioned, has gone down at several positions. So it looks like we're not far away in the dominant pied class. They're concentrating, coming back to those birds.
It's coming to the crunch time now, whether they're going to select condition over power. Hard decision to make, this one.
So it's still O and K in first and second place. Can you make out the bird there in third place there, Gary, in the dominant pied class?
Yes,
cage A,
that's
Henry George's bird. Cage F in 4th position is Eric Whitten's from New South Wales. And just can't see in front of John there. Cage C is in 5th position for Les Trumper from Western Australia. The judge is having a really good look at the first 2 birds in this class now, as Gary mentioned.
Yes, looks like they've gone for condition over power. That's a shame that the second bird is actually having the condition problem on its cap, because it's such a powerful bird. But you can't take anything away from the violet dominant pied in cage K. It's complete, it's a beautiful spot, it's contrast the colour. Yes, very nice bird. They're both of the top 3 or 4 are good strong birds.
So as well as the quality of the bird, it's the condition the bird is in at that particular time on this weekend as well. You know, come game day, they have to be looking at their best, and you can see that the bird in cage K
is definitely looking at his best. Sitting in a beautiful position on the perch.
Okay, so it doesn't look too far away now before they make their final decision in the dominant pied class. Stephen's got the pen in his hand. Just admiring the bird in first position currently before he marks the cages, and I don't want to say it till he actually puts that one on the cage.
Yes.
But there he goes. Congratulations
to Gary Edwards
from South Queensland. You've just won the dominant pied class. Cage O in 2nd place. Mal Lawn from South Queensland. So 1-2 for South Queensland. Cage A in 3rd position. Henry George from South Queensland as well. So 1-2-3 to South Queensland. Well done. Cage F in 4th position is Eric Whitten from New South Wales. Cage C is in 5th position, Les Trumper from Western Australia. Cage D in 6th position, Holmes family from South Australia. Cage G is 7th position, and that bird is Ian Hunters from Victoria. Cage P in 8th position, Rowe Brothers Victoria. Can't quite make out 9th position. Cage U is Cage James U. Matthews from New South Wales. Okay, moving along. And the camera's going to catch up with this. Cage N is Les Trumper again in 10th position. Cage L is in 11th position for D Taylor from Victoria. Cage I is in 12th position. Gary Gazza was in 12th. 13th is E. Michael Pace. Cage H. R&M Vidler. Cage Q. 15th R&M Vidler again. Cage T. 16th position RD Simpson from South Australia. Cage B in 17th position was Noel Kerr from Tasmania. Cage R is in 18th position, and that's Les Trumper from Western Australia again. Cage S in 19th position for Noel Kerr from Tasmania.
Congratulations to all exhibitors, and congratulations to our winner, Gary Edwards from South Queensland.
Well done. Winner of the 2002 National Championship for Dominant Pied class.
And Mal Lorne coming second, and Henry George running third.
1, 2, 3 for South Queensland. Official results from Dave Ganser on the class.
Results of Class 24 Dominant Pied. First, K. Second, Cage O. Third, Cage A. Fourth is Cage F. Fifth is Cage C. Sixth is Cage D. Seventh is Cage G. Eighth is Cage P. Ninth is Cage U. 10th is Cage N. 11th is Cage L. 12th is Cage I. 13th is Cage E. 14th is Cage H. 15th is Cage Q. 16th is Cage T. 17th is Cage B. 18th is Cage R. 19th is Cage S. And the bird in Cage M was disqualified.
Okay, so congratulations again to the exhibitors in the Dominant Pied class.
We're heading over now to the marking of the
Spangled.
cages in the Spangled AOSV class.
Getting to the pointy end there. And here
Cage
we go.
H is class 1.
Congratulations, Gary and Helen Hibbert, on getting first and second in the class. Cage G in third position is New South Wales bird. Just missed that name, sorry. Cage P in fourth position, Shepherd and Flanagan. Cage J in fifth position, James Matthews. Cage I in sixth position, Norm Wheatley from WA. Cage M, G Mannix from Victoria. In seventh, Cage N in eighth position, Derek Poole from Tasmania. Cage L in ninth position, Cage L, Holmes family. 10th position, Cage D, G Illick from Victoria. Cage S is in 11th position, Alan Kent. Cage B, Jay Kopp from North Central Queensland. Cage E in 13th, Sue Adams. Cage A, Norm Wheatley, 14th. 15th, Cage C, Derek Poole from Tasmania. Cage Q is 16th, R&M Vidler. 17th is Cage O, Guy Denning from New South Wales. Cage U is in 18th position. Cage R in 19th by the look of it. Yes, Judge just getting it right there. And Cage K is in 20th position.
And DQ disqualified. So there we go. We have the winners of the Spangled AOSV class. So congratulations to Gary and Helen Hibbert for taking first and second positions, and to Anthony Starkovich from New South Wales carrying out third. Well done to those exhibitors. Well done to all people that have birds in this class. Congratulations to you all.
Well done.
Jazzy, just come and hear the comments on this because it's interesting.
Another national winner there. And we're going to get the...
Okay, this afternoon we had the Dominant Pieds, and what a beautiful class of birds, as you would expect. Was it an easy class to judge? No, not at all, because up the top end we have in the first three places 3 totally different style of budgerigars. The winning bird is K, which is the cobalt. And just have a look. He's everything that you want in a modern budgie. He's thick all the way through. He's got the dense feathering. He's got directional feather. You look at him and you go, wow. But this is probably the bird that catches your eye when you first look. Why? Because he's got that loose feather and he blows it. But if you have a close look, you'll find his shape from the shoulders up is triangular as opposed to the squareness of the bird in front of it. But a magnificent budgie. The other problem that he's got, condition-wise, he's just not quite there. Looks like he may have brutalised his cap, you know, in transit or something. And whoever the carers are, they've done a great job to present him as well as he is. But you can see there's been lots of blood spots, blood feathers. So he's obviously been a bit of a problem to get ready. You know, on a different day, maybe because of his condition, he would place in front of that one. But today, he hasn't. And I certainly think, you know, he's a lovely budgie. Whoever's bred him shouldn't feel disappointed that he's come second. We go down to the third bird, and it's a totally different bird again. It has something that the other two hasn't got, and it has this enormous length, okay, which is a feature we all need to put in our birds. It has a lovely release of feather, certainly not the directional feather of the two in front of him, but a great bird all the same. We then come down to the fourth bird, and he's very similar to the cobalt in the shape, the feather direction, from the shoulders up, but he doesn't have the body length, and so that's why he's down in fourth. I start to fall away from there a little bit in terms of what we're looking for until we get down to a budgie in P. Now, P's the problem bird that you always come up against. He's everything that you like, except whoever's breeding that bird has forgotten to look at breeding the whole bird because he has major, major wing problems. Okay, in perhaps the quest to get the face, we've disregarded the body structure. A great bird to work with, but certainly not a great bird on the show bench because of his wing issues. And you can see the other bird that we had down here, we crucified because of its wing as well. Remember, always look at the whole bird, not just one feature. But a great class to judge, and I really congratulate the first 3 place getters. They're beautiful budgies. Oh, right, sorry. I have to talk about the bird at the end that got DQ'd, and it's an obvious one. It doesn't have a tail. Thank you.
Just jumped in there, jump back. Okay, so we should be getting the
results from Dave
official
Ganser.
placings from Dave Ganser for the dominant pied class.
The results of Class 24 dominant pied. First is Cage K. Second is Cage O. Third is Cage A. Fourth is Cage F. Fifth is Cage C. Sixth is Cage D. Seventh is Cage G. Eighth is Cage P. Ninth is Cage U. 10th is Cage N. 11th is Cage L. 12th is Cage I. 13th is Cage E. 14th is Cage H. 15th is Cage Q. 16th is Cage T. 17th is Cage B. 19th is Cage S. And Cage M was disqualified.
So there we go. We just heard the official positions in the dominant pied class from Dave Ganser. So my apologies too. I may have referred to the bird that won that class as Violet. Obviously, it was a cobalt, as mentioned by Stephen Moe in the comments that were provided. Yes. I obviously didn't pick that up on the screen. So my apologies to the owner of that bird.
So the next 2 classes we have coming up are the Crest and the Recessive Pied.
Yep, so class 25 and 26, Recessive Pied class 25. So just give you a bit of information on the... Oh no, we're going to go across to Peter Thurn for comments on the Spangled AOSV class.
So Scott and I have just finished the Spangled AOSV class. Look, this class was a challenge. I mean, all classes are a challenge. This one was a bit more of a challenge. We've got some birds with a few issues, and we've kind of had to deal with that as we've gone along. We've got a really lovely cinnamon spangled hen up here in first place. She caught our eye right from the get-go. You know, she's been steady. She has hardly moved all day. She's just sat there and she gives her all, and she's a really lovely hen. We've got quite a contrasting bird down here in second. Now, as Stephen said, you know, as we're searching for more longer feather, more feather around the head, we're starting to get some issues in terms of wings. And I mean, obviously the skill of the breeder is to try and expand what's up top and control what you've got in terms of the wing and rest of the body. This bird's got a magnificent face, just a dead set, beautiful face. I mean, hopefully you can all see that. But he does have some really heavy wing, and he kind of loses control of them, and it really upsets his outline. So if he was able to tuck those wings in tight like this hen does, he wins with one leg in the air, but he can't do it. So we've had to give him a bit of a whack because of the way that he carries his wing, and that just unfortunately detracts from his whole outline. But he's a power budgie with a cracking face, and you know, I hope someone can take him to the next generation with the hen that they pair him with. He's got that advantage in width over the really big, long, lovely cinnamon spangled hen in third place here. She's a nice hen. Probably like to see her a little wider in the face. She's not as wide as the hen we've got down here in P in fourth place when it comes to the face, and you'll see that. But when we talk about some issues, unfortunately, this nice sky spangled cinnamon hen we've got in fourth place is missing some bits. She's missing some flights in her wing, which is quite obvious on this side. She's got that little bit of ticking, and that's probably let her down today. But she's still got a little more flare in the face and that width of face, which carries us over this nice cinnamon spangled hen down here in fifth place. Now, again, we hate to do this, and we don't necessarily deliberately go looking for birds to disqualify, but we did look at the flecking on the bird in T, and we were happy enough from a flecking perspective that he was within the guidelines. His problem is he's got one leg, and it sits right out to the side, and it consistently stays there. So when you work the bird, when he gets back up on the perch, his leg kicks right out, and it's consistently outside the line of the body, and so, you know, that falls into the category of a deformity, and that's why he's been disqualified, unfortunately. He is a nice bird, but that's the way it is today.
Okay, so we should be ready now for the next set of birds to be placed on the staging. Just listen to Peter's comments on the judging of the Spangled AOSV, so we should be not long away before we start benching the birds for the Crest and the Recessive pile.
So next, here we've got Dave Ganser with the official Spangled AOSV placings.
The results of Class 23, Spangled AOSV. First is H, second is cage F, third is cage G, fourth is cage P, fifth is cage J, sixth is cage I, seventh is cage M, eighth is cage N, ninth is cage L, 10th is cage D, 11th is cage S, 12th is cage B, 13th is cage E, 14th is cage A, 15th is cage C, 16th is cage Q. 17th is cage O. 18th is cage U. 19th is cage R. 20th is cage K. And cage T was disqualified.
So we might get into it with the recessive pied class. I will run through the cages and the exhibitors for class 25, or we might start that, but we've heard from both the judges, so we should be right. So recessive pieds, class 25, cage A, S&D Walkley from Tasmania, cage B, Richard Busey from New South Wales, cage C, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia, cage D, NHG Budgerigars from South Queensland, cage E, M&R Randall from Victoria, cage F, L&P Walmsley from North Central Queensland, cage G, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia, cage H, the Holmes family from South Australia, cage I, M&R Randall from Victoria, cage J, Joe Towler from North Central Queensland, cage K, S&D Walkley from Tasmania again, cage L, Les Phillips from South Queensland, cage M, M&D Gearing from Western Australia, cage N, Richard Busey from New South Wales, cage O, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia, cage P, S&D Walkley from Tasmania, so they've got all the recessive pieds representing Tasmania, cage Q, Tony Butt from New South Wales, cage R, Glenn and Lynn Ryan from South Queensland, cage S, Marshall family from South Australia, cage T, Alan Rowe from Victoria, and finally cage U, Joe Towler, North Central Queensland. So they're our cages and our exhibitors for the recessive pied class.
Just while they're getting the birds organised, I'll go through the Crest class. So we have cage A's, Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales, cage B, M. Howe from Western Australia, cage C, Kokoski and Rice from South Australia, D, Noel Kerr, Tasmania, E, Shaw family, South Queensland, F, J. Meal, Victoria, G, D. Wales, Northern Central Queensland, H, Barry and Marie Wise, New South Wales, I, Shaw family, South Queensland, J, R&V, Gardner, Northern Central Queensland, no birds in K, L, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia, M, Shepherd and Flanagan, Victoria, N, Noel Kerr, Tasmania, no bird in cage O, P, Ross Crack from Tasmania, Q, Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales, R, the Bradley family, Victoria, S, Adam and Amanda Francis from South Queensland, T, R&V Gardner, Northern Central Queensland, and there's no bird in class U.
Okay, so that's class 25 and 26 we're looking at. So we're coming around the home stretch now. So only a few classes to go, these two, and then 2 remaining classes after that. So just a little bit of history in regards to the recessive pied variety. They were first bred around 1933, 1934, what appears to be a breeder in Denmark. They weren't seen in Britain until 1948. They were imported from those birds, from the original breeder. And then as far as Australia goes with the recessive pied variety, they were seen in New South Wales, in Newcastle area, and those birds came about being in the 1960s, and then they were released to the Australian public in 1972. Very popular variety, the recessive pied.
Just having a quick look now, they've put a few birds up, and the first couple of birds that take your eye are cage F, a stunning crest, and cage M, looking at you there, a big solid budgerigar, a good spot. So at the moment we have cage F, which is the J. Mill from Victoria, cage I, Shaw family,
South Queensland,
and cage M is Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria. And
so
cage Q up there as well as Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales.
So there's a bit of movement going on with the cages in the Crest class there. So we can see early days yet, so there's a bit of movement of cages there. So
we'll just let the judges do their work and we'll report back on the positions. And
so while we're doing that, we might give you an update on the point score for the zones at the end of class 24.
So it hasn't changed a great deal. Victoria on 557 points, New South Wales 464, but they put a big gap now between themselves and South Queensland on 238. Well, there's a little bit of a... That could be 338, but I've got two here because the people below them are 249. So I would take it that's being 338. South Australia 249. Western Australia 265. North Queensland 254. And Tasmania 169. But so, I will confirm these because there's a few odd ones in there at the moment.
So we'll just double check those points because it looks like there was a little bit confusing there in the order that we were given them. So we'll just confirm those figures and those placings with the zone standings. We can see the judges here all having a conference in regard to a bird in the recessive pied class. So cage B looks like they're looking at. So the cage B is Richard Busier from New South Wales. Okay, so I think the judges possibly are looking at head markings on that bird, but I can't be sure about that, so we'll wait to see. We can see Stephen there was referring back to those big pictorials on head markings that we spoke about earlier on. So we'll just stand by to see what we hear about the bird in cage B and what the decision is from the judges.
So what is going on there?
So cage B, it looks like the judges are looking at the head markings there.
Okay, just has been a change in that point score. Luke gives his apologies. He was he's the proper point scores for this shield at the present time are Victoria 557, New South Wales 464, South Queensland 438, South Australia 349, Western Australia 265, North and Central Queensland 254 and Tasmania 169.
So it's very close there between Western Australia and North Central Queensland, only 9 points separating them. So the judges still in conference over the bird in cage B in the recessive pied class, which is bird of Richard Busier's from New South Wales. And we can see Scott Erickson's picked up the cage for cage B. And unfortunately it looks like at this stage the bird is going to be DQ'd. That hasn't been locked in yet. I'm not sure, I can't see there what Scott and Peter are looking at there.
I just got the word from the show manager that that's the case, that the bird in B will be wrong classed. Sorry, wrong classed, will be disqualified. And the reason I think behind that is that there's a lot of feathers missing out of the back of the cap and the flecking as well.
Okay, so we also can see here that Stephen Moe is having a very good look at the bird in cage H in the recessive pied class, which is a bird from the Holmes family of South Australia. Stephen having a very close look at the bird. Judges are obviously looking.
I think they might be looking at the tail on this bird particularly. Momentarily lost the picture, but we're back now.
So we again seeing the judges there taking their time, making sure
Okay.
Of their decision, conferencing between each other.
That's
okay, so they're having a very close look at the tail of this bird.
at this stage. I think there's a little bit of conferring, because some judges think it's okay, and I think one other judge doesn't think it's okay. So we'll get the official result shortly.
And we can see the judges in discussion there. So hopefully won't be too long before you can see the outcome of the discussion in regards to the bird in cage H.
Okay, so it looks like that bird in cage H has been given the benefit of the doubt, and will continue in the judging.
Okay, so moving back, we're looking at the Crest class. We can see the bird in first position currently is cage F, so there's no change there. J. Meal from Victoria.
Another strong crest in cage M2. Look at these full circular crest. Lovely big strong bird as well.
That bird I think is currently in third position last time we had a look, and that's Shepherd and Flanagan's bird from Victoria. Cage Q is in the position after that. Gary and Diane Piermont from New South Wales. Cage S, Adam and Amanda Francis from South Queensland. Cage E, got there, the Shaw family from South Queensland as well. So the judges just having a look at the birds in the bottom row there in this Crest class, so there's minor adjustment there. And cage J moving in front of cage A, and it looks as though cage H will almost also move in front of the bird in cage A. So just a few minor positional changes there in the Crest class, in the middle of the Crest class positions. We can see most of the birds perching well in the Crest class, giving themselves every chance.
Cage I is quite a nice bird too, Mark, from the
second
Shaw
position,
family in South Queensland.
Good long bird. We've spoken about it before, but you can see that lovely
strong
big,
full circular crest.
Lovely length of green body colour from the bottom of its mask down to the perch. Looks like there's judges are looking at the bird in cage G in the Crest class. I'm not sure what's going on there. Looks as though John's moved the cage down. And the judges look like they're going to have a discussion about the bird in cage G in the Crest class. Okay.
Yes, unfortunately, it's another bird without a tail.
So that's cage G we're looking at there in the Crest class. It looks like that bird doesn't have a tail. We'll try and confirm whether that bird's been disqualified or not. At this stage it looks that way, unfortunately, and we can just see Stephen writing on the cage now. So as we've mentioned earlier on in the day, unfortunately, you never know when a bird's feathers are going to fall out. So that's unfortunate for the owner of cage G.
Crest, and this the only probably class that's allocated a certain amount of points for the Crest. So the maximum points allowable for the Crest is 30 points. So you have 70 points then for type, colour and markings. So they give a lot of emphasis on the full circular.
But
As
we can get
preference.
3 types in the crested in the crest class. We can get a full circular crest, we can get a half circular crest,
And
we can also get a
tufted crest.
tufted crest, which is basically a tufted feather in the centre at the front of the cap of the bird. So I'm not sure.
And it's important too that the crest is centred in the head as well, so that you don't want them off the side or the back of the head. So you're given the location of the crest.
So it looks like we're back over to the recessive pied class, and we've got judges having a look at a bird there in cage M in the recessive pied class from Western Australia, and they've popped him back on the bench.
So they're referring to cage N in recessive pied for the same reason, no tail.
So the judges just coming together again in the recessive pied class. Just making sure of that cage letter. Cage M, it looks like.
I think it's cage N, Mark. Oh,
No,
it is
that's
M, sorry,
that's
it is
an
M.
M. That's an M for Mark. And Peter Thurns picked the bird up, having a look at it in cage M. So that's a bird from Western Australia, from Mick and Debbie Gearing. And we've moved that bird down to the bottom row, so we'll just check on that, and it looks like Scott's riding on the cage, so
M is DQ'd.
unfortunately yep, so we've confirmed there that it is the tail on the cage M in the recessive pied class, so that's unfortunate for those owners of that bird, as we can see there written on the cage.
So unfortunately, that's 3 birds in the recessive pied class disqualified for no tails.
Okay, so it looks like they're moving a few birds around in the crest class. Looks like John and Stephen are having a look at the bird in cage Q in the crest class. Cage Q is a New South Wales bird. So potentially it looks like that was flights they were looking at.
There's cage O, they're concerned that there's more than 2 flights missing on one wing. So if there's any more than 2 flights on one wing.
I think that's cage Q.
Q, is it? Okay.
Yep. I don't think we had O in the crest class. We'll confirm that cage
No, we haven't,
Q.
so it must be Q.
So it looks like several flights might be missing. So the judges are just having a conversation in regards to that. So hopefully we'll let you know shortly the outcome.
The outcome doesn't look good. When it's picked and going to the end of the line, it doesn't look good.
So cage Q, and yes, it looks like unfortunately that bird's also been disqualified, and you can see that written on the cage there for the amount of flights it had missing for the bird in cage Q.
So it's cage G has been disqualified from and cage Q, and I'm taking they're both for flights or tails. So that shortens the number of birds up in the class to make their judging that little bit easier.
Okay, so we've got our position still in the crest class. Cage F is still in first position, cage I in second, cage M is in third place, cage S is in fourth place. Judges are just having a look at those birds, we were just mentioning them, those cages.
So I still don't think they're completely set on their top 3 or 4 placings this year.
As Gary mentioned earlier on, some strong birds with some good crests.
KGF, it's a budgie without being a crest. It's a big, solid shouldered bird. Lovely thickness through the front of the chest to the shoulder. A good budgerigar on its own without having the added of it being a beautiful crest.
You can see a good view of the bird there, side on a cage M. So they're just having a look at those first few birds. So judges are having a discussion there on one of the birds at the front of the class there in the crest class. I'm not sure exactly what they're discussing, but no doubt we hear about that.
It looks like Peter's indicating that, oh, you see the bald spot on the back of the head?
Yeah, so there's a good shot of the 3rd place bird in cage M. So we can just see a little piece of the skin of the bird.
You can see a large piece of skin actually, Mark. It's this could be a condition thing, or it could be hereditary even, or, you know.
Heavy penalty, not disqualification.
So the judges have discussed that.
And they've decided it's a penalty and not a disqualification, just that lack of feathers.
So as you can see, as Gary mentioned, with the because of that, they've penalised the bird as far as and moved it down several places.
And I don't think for that they can move it any further down than they have.
It's still a very strong bird.
So what have we got here in the
recessive pie class? Okay, so we've got cage I. I'm not sure. I think we're still in the...
Yes, I think we're still looking at the top row.
Top row. So we've got cage I, M&R Randall from Victoria in first position currently. Second position, cage D, MHG Budgerigars from South Queensland. Third position currently, Richard Busier from New South Wales. Cage L is Les Phillips from South Queensland. Cage H, Holmes Family, South Australia. Cage Q, it looks like, Tony Butt from New South Wales. Cage O, after that, is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. G, by the looks of it, after that, another bird of Norm Wheatley's. And so it looks like they're swapping them over top for bottom row in the crest class. So we can see the judges in the recessive pied class having a good look at the birds.
Revert back to the crested class.
Just a little bit of movement on the end of the top row there in the recessive class, a positional change.
First few birds are very well marked. Very close to carrying the maximum amount of black feathering in the wings, so they're very lightly marked, which is the standards looking for.
Okay, so looks like they're moving the crest class positions again, so swapping the top and bottom row back over.
I don't think we'll have any changes in the top row at this stage.
So there hasn't been any change in those first few positions in the crest class. We've still got cage F in first position, cage I in second, cage S in third, cage E in fourth, and the bird we spoke about earlier on, cage M, is in fifth position. With that slight area of absence of feathers. Okay, so So of course, don't want to confirm anything there until the judges have marked the cages, but looks like Stephen's about to pick up the pen and start doing exactly that. And just can't see the cage from there, but you can see that bird has we can see that bird.
Congratulations to Jay Merle from Victoria.
Winner of the Crest class. Second place in the Crest class, Cage I, Shaw family from South Queensland. Third place, Cage S, Adam and Amanda Francis from South Queensland also. Fourth place, Cage E, which is Shaw family. M is in fifth place, Shepherd and Flanagan, the bird in fifth place, Cage M. Cage R in sixth place, the Bradley family from Victoria. Cage C is in seventh place, Kokoski and Rice. Cage D is in eighth place, which is Noel Kerr from Tasmania. Cage B, M Howe from Western Australia in ninth. Cage J is in 10th place, and Cage J is R&V Gardner from North Central Queensland. Just moving down to mark the bottom row, Cage H is in 11th position, and that's from B&M Wise. 12th place to Cage A from Gary and Diane Piedmont. Cage T is in 13th position, is R&V Gardner again, and L is in 14th place, is Kokoski and Rice, and N in 15th position, Noel Kerr from Tasmania. 16th to Cage P, Ross Crack from Tasmania, and the other entries in the class. Cage Q and Cage D.
So congratulations to Jay Merle for an outstanding specimen of a crest.
Well done.
Congratulations to the Shaw family and to Adam and Amanda Francis for 2 quality birds.
The results of Class 26 Crest. First in Cage F is Cage F. Second in Cage is Cage I. Third is Cage S. Fourth is Cage E. Fifth is Cage M. Sixth is Cage R. Seventh is Cage C. Eighth is Cage D. Ninth is Cage B. 10th is Cage J. 11th is Cage H. 12th is Cage A. 13th is Cage T. 14th is Cage L. 15th is Cage N. And 16th is Cage P. The birds in cages Q and G were disqualified. I'll hand you.
Thanks to Dave Ganser for those positions and placings in the Crest class.
So we're just waiting now for the official marking of the cages for the Recessive Pied class.
And we're going to hear from
to John
Mulley about the comments on the Crested class.
Stephen and I just judged the Cresteds. What a wonderful sight. So many big, full circular crests all in one place. First bird, a brute of a bird, went straight in the first place. Large, dense, full circular crest, centrally located on a massive body. And a very good variety bird as well. The second bird, another very nice, large, circular crest, centrally located. Just the bird in front was in better condition on the day. But again, another bird, Spangled, very good variety bird as well. Third bird in Cage S, another full circular, centrally located crest on a bird with strong shoulders, nice big body, but the 2 birds in front just had larger or denser feathering in the crest. Fourth bird in Cage E, Another good variety bird is Spangled with a full circular crest, lots of feather in the crest. Birds in front just had a deeper mask and their crests were more centrally located. Bird in cage M, another beautiful crested budgerigar, the dominant pied. He just had a hole in the behind the main crest, but otherwise a very, very strong budgerigar. There were 2 disqualified. One was missing at least 3 flights on one wing, and the other one was missing a tail. Thank you. Pleasure to judge the crest.
So that was John Mulley giving us the comments on the crested class there. So I missed out on giving a bit of history in regards to the crest, so I'll do that quickly. So they first appeared in Australia, in Sydney, in the early 1920s, and somewhere around the mid-40s in Europe, the crest variety, and also the UK around that time, towards the late 30s, early to mid-40s.
So we should be getting close to having the recessive pieds marked.
See on your screen there the cages and the exhibitors and details about that. So
we've already gone through those. So
yep, we should have them. So hopefully we won't be too far off with an outcome on the recessive pied class. Keeping in mind there's been a few disqualifications and some consulting between the judges on the birds in this class. So we can see there's a bit of movement there with some birds in the class. Judges looking at the birds in birding cage G.
I'm not too sure where they're up to at the moment, whether these are the bottom row birds come up or they are still the top row birds.
So it looks as though Scott has just moved some cages there. So I think it's actually cage I, might be, that's sitting in first position currently. I think it is the top row, on the top row. We'll get back to there shortly so we can see.
Yes, they've compared the bottom run bird to the top.
So it looks like cage I is in first position currently for M&R Randall from Victoria. Hard to make out the cage
numbers at the
for
moment.
The second cage. Looks like cage D perhaps. Yes, it is cage D, so that's MHG budgerigars from South Queensland. Cage N in third position for Richard Busia from New South Wales. Cage H in fourth position for the Holmes family of South Australia. Cage O in fifth position, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia, and cage T for Alan Rowe from Victoria. So looks like Scott's jotting down some information in his notepad there. So I don't think we'll be too far away at all from the judges marking the cage. Of course, until that pen's been marked on that cage, the decision isn't final, so we won't preempt anything at this stage.
No. So after
the recessive pied class, we've got two classes remaining for the championship.
Which is the Hens and the Australian Whitecap.
Yes, the Hens class, always a good class to see, to view, always strong. And the Australian Whitecap class, striking birds, the newest variety of all the budgerigars. Cage I has...
Congratulations to the Randall family, brothers.
Randall's from Victoria, first. Second, MHG Budgerigars, South Queensland. Third, Richard Busey, New South Wales. H, 4th, Holmes family, South Australia. 5th place, cage O, Norm Wheatley, Western Australia. Cage T in 6th place, Allen Rowe, Victoria. 7th place, cage L, Les Phillips from South Queensland. Q was 8th for Tony Button, New South Wales. 9th place is cage G, Norm Wheatley, Western Australia. 10th position is, just can't see that there, is cage R, is Glenn and Lynn Ryan from South Queensland. Peter's just moving across to mark the cages on the bottom row. Cage S is in 11th place, Marshall family, South Australia. 12th place to cage U, Joe Towler, North Central Queensland. Cage P is in 13th position, SD Walkley from Tasmania. Cage A from the same breeder. And 15th position, cage F, L&P Walmsley. Cage C, Kokoski and Rice, 16th. Joe Towler, 17th in cage J. Cage K, SD Walkley from Tasmania. And we can see cage M, B and a cage E were disqualified in the class. So that's the completion of the Recessive Pied class. Congratulations to M&R Randall from Victoria, well done.
And also to our second place getter is NHG, Budgerigar, South Queensland.
And in third position
is the Richard Buger from New South Wales. Congratulations to all those place getters.
And well done to all the exhibitors in the Recessive Pied class. Another strong class. There were some good sized strong birds in there. Some lovely markings. Okay, so we're going to hear from Dave Ganser with those official placings in the Recessive Pied class by the looks of things.
So we have got...
we'll hear from them very shortly.
The white caps are on display now, so they are being assessed currently.
Okay, so it just looks like they're setting up some cameras there. We'll get back to you shortly with some information there with those positions in the Recessive Pied class.
Do you want to give a bit of background on the Australian whitecap, Mark?
No, not really.
All right.
No. Okay, so we've got Dave Ganser now.
Coming up now, yeah.
The results of Class 25, Recessive Pied. First, cage I. Second, cage D. Third, cage N. Fourth is cage H. Fifth is cage O. Sixth is cage T. Seventh is cage L. Eighth is cage Q. Ninth is cage G. 10th is cage R. 11th is cage S. 12th is cage U. 13th is cage P. 14th is cage A. 15th is cage F. 16th is cage C. 17th is cage J. 18th is cage K, and cages M, B and E were disqualified. I'll hand over to the judges.
Okay, there are the comments on the results.
Position places in the
Recessive Pied
class from Dave Ganser.
So it's getting to end to the finale of our 46 ANBC National Show in beautiful Victor Harbour at the lovely McCracken Country Club.
Great, thanks for that. Peter and I had a great class of Recessive Pieds to judge. Unfortunately, we had to do some disqualifications, but I'll explain them shortly. First bird kind of shows itself of what we had left. It's a very nice bird, stands up, shows what it's got, and it deserved its place in the class today. Second bird is a strong bird, just doesn't have the face of the first bird. The third bird, we penalised him for being flecked, also heavy markings and heavy body colour. He was actually lucky, he's probably the second best bird in the class. Lucky to be up there today, but we gave him the benefit of the doubt. As with the fourth bird, we gave it the benefit of the doubt that it's got a primary tail. It looks to have one, so we gave it the benefit of the doubt and we put it through. It just doesn't have the power of the birds that are ahead of it. And the fifth bird is a nice clean bird, showed well. It's just a larger bird than the bird in sixth. The best bird, unfortunately, we had disqualified today, which is cage B because of flecking, and M and E were both taken out with tails. Thank you.
Okay, so we just heard the comments from Scott Erickson in regards to the recessive pie class. So, as Gary mentioned, 2 classes to go, the Hens class, the Australian Whitecap class. Australian Whitecaps, it looks like the judges are getting a move on with that class. So I'll just give you a little bit of information and history on the Australian Whitecap variety. So it was formally recognised by the ANBC in June 2013. So it's a very new mutation. It hasn't been around too long at all. So it first appeared in the aviary of Graham Curl in Townsville in North Queensland in 2003. And then those birds were distributed to a few other breeders, and here we are just shy of 20 years later, and we're seeing the birds on the show bench here at the 46th ANBC Championship show. So, yeah, judges look like they've...
they're well and truly into the...
There, they've started moving, so we've currently got cage G by the looks of it.
Cage G is Sue Adams from South Australia.
Yep, so judges having a look there. Looked like Scott Erickson was having a look at the bird's tail, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Or the lack of. I'll just quickly go through the cage numbers and the exhibitors while they're discussing this. So we have cage A, Andrew Uzo from New South Wales. Cage B, Sue Adams, South Australia. Cage C, Mike Butray, South Queensland. D, Callaghan family, North and Central Queensland. E, Sue Adams, South Australia. F, Ian Murfett from Tasmania. G, Sue Adams, South Australia. H, V, Murray, Victoria. I, C, Thomas, Western Australia. J, Brenda McCamada, Western Australia. K, Eric Whitten, New South Wales. L, P, McElroy, Northern and Central Queensland. M, W, Bunter, Western Australia. N, Barbara Kelly, South Queensland. O, Roy Blair, Tasmania. P, Callaghan family, North and Central Queensland. Q, Barbara Kelly, South Queensland. R, Vic Murray, Victoria. S, Andrew Uzo, New South Wales. T, Roy Blair, Tasmania. And U, David Toohey, Victoria.
So just as Gary was reading those cages and exhibitors out, it looks like there was a disqualification in the class. Just want to check what that cage number or letter on that cage was for that disqualification. I think it was in regards to the tail of the bird, but I just want to confirm that. I think it was cage G, but I don't want to commit to that this early stage without getting confirmation of that.
So what our front runners at the present time, we have
cage D,
Callaghan family. Cage O, Roy Blair from Tasmania. And it looks like L is P. McElroy. Yes.
You just got confirmation there. It was cage G that was disqualified, and that was for having no tail. Unfortunately, the tail has fallen out. So we got DOL, was it, Gary, in third place by the look of it? Peter McElroy from North Central Queensland. What have we got? Cage E there in fourth position. You've done that, have you? Sue Adams?
Yes.
Cage T.
I don't know if the people
T,
out
Roy
there
Blair.
can notice cage K. If you can see cage K, it's different from all the other birds because it's a double factor whitecap. So the double factor whitecap in the green series, in the blue series, they're all blue, is actually body colour of green, and the cap is actually pale yellow and not white. So you'll have a look at that bird and say, I wonder what that green bird's doing in that whitecap class, and it is actually a double factor whitecap.
So the double factor meaning that there's a double dose of that variety, and yeah, which is impacted on the appearance of the bird's colour.
Good explanation, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Gary. We're almost there. All right, so we've got our birds out in the hens class. So there's not a lot to describe in regards to the history of hens, but pretty much hens have been around as long as cockbirds have in budgerigars. So.
And looking at KJ, it's such a strong, powerful hen as well.
Okay, so in regards to the white-cap class, we had that as a demonstration class in 2019, and the O'Callaghan family from North Queensland won that class. And in regards to the hens, we'll move across to them. I'm just going to run through the exhibitors, the cage numbers, and we have them on the screen there, so I'll quickly go through them. So Cage A, the Holmes family, South Australia. Cage B, Ian Hunter, Victoria. Cage C, Mal Lawn from South Queensland. Cage D, M&D Gearing, Western Australia. Cage E, Ian Snyder from North Central Queensland. Cage F, Jim and Judy Fletcher from Tasmania. Cage G, Craig Barnett from New South Wales. Cage H, Andre Uzo from New South Wales. Cage I, Ian Hunter from Victoria. Cage J, Alan Kent from South Queensland. Cage K, Steve Jacklin from Tasmania. Cage L, Holmes family from South Australia. Cage M, Alan Jeske from Western Australia. Cage N, Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland. Cage O, Ian Hunter from Victoria. Cage P, the Bowl family from South Queensland. Cage Q is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. Cage R, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. Cage S, J and N Goodall from North Central Queensland. Cage T, Peter Cross from Tasmania. Cage U, Johnny Barden from New South Wales.
Mentioned it.
Got enough.
While the judging's having a discussion about the white cap class there, I'll just quickly go through the previous winners of the hens class. So last Nationals in Brisbane in 2019, Ian L. Miller from South Queensland won the class. New South Wales won the 2018 and 17 hens classes, and Victoria won the hens class in 2016 and 2015. So just some recent information on the results in the hens class for previous years.
What they were referring to in the white cap class, they brought the double factor up and they were looking to identify the colouring in the cap. So in the standard, the cap calls for white feathers, emphasise white feathers over a pale cream base. So the bird has to be penalised heavily because of a double factor white cap has cream feathers and not white. So all they do is give it a light, just position it in regards to its cap. So they'll just run it where that they seem fit for it to run in regards to the cap cleanliness.
Okay, so we can see the judges have moved a few cages around in the hens class. See cage A in first position for the Holmes family currently from South Australia. Cage G for Craig Barnett from New South Wales. Looks a lovely big strong hen with wonderful head qualities there, standing up well in cage G. Cage C is Mal Lawn from South Queensland in third position. Cage D there, M&D Gearing from Western Australia, and cage I currently in fifth position. Looks a lovely bird as well for Ian Hunter from Victoria.
Some big solid hens on that top 4 or 5 positions. Cage E, as Mark mentioned, is very strong through the shoulder, front and back.
So we'll get a bit of look later on when we get close-ups. You can see a few birds in the hens class there. Again, we can see a good-sized bird in cage B from Ian Hunter in the hens class there over Scott's shoulder. So the judges walking along, having a look at the birds in the class, seeing if anything catches their eye. Okay, and in the whitecap class, it looks as though cage D from a distance is the bird in first position for the O'Callaghan family, who actually won that class last Nationals that was held in Brisbane in 2019.
But the bird that stands out in that top row on the hens class seems to be the hen that's sitting second at the present time. Big, strong, powerful hen. Cage G.
So we can see there's a little bit of movement there in the hens class. Cage Q has just moved up onto the top row, so that is the bird of Norm Wheatley's from Western Australia.
So I'd just like to mention the progress of the whitecaps. As you can see, the whitecaps have made a substantial improvement in quality over the short period of time they've been on the show bench. So I would think next year they'll be accepted into the normal matrix, and they'll be in our set into our show schedule in the matrix, because the improvement's outstanding over the last 5 years in quality.
It's a variety that breeders have really concentrated on hard, put their best birds into this variety, and we can see there by the quality of the bird for a variety who's been basically in existence for less than 20 years. So striking variety of bird, that contrast with the whiteness in their cap.
And all varieties of birds are accepted in the whitecap class. You'll see Spangles, you'll see Normals, Cinnamons. So you'll see the full gamut of varieties. They're all acceptable in the whitecap class. So the first bird's Cinnamon, then you've got a Normal, then another Cinnamon. Spangles. They do look stunning in the pied variety as well.
So a little bit of shuffling around of hens in the hens class. We can see to our left there, and it looks like Peter's coming over to have a chat to the judges, and it looks like there's going to be some conferring on a particular bird in the hens class, so hopefully we can get some vision and let you know what's going on there. Okay, so it looks like the bird that was in third position in the hens class in cage G. So that's the bird of Craig Barnett's from New South Wales. So it looks like it's the tail of the bird in cage G in the hens class that the judges are discussing.
I don't think Peter's happy with the conclusion of this discussion.
Okay, so we've got John having a look as well.
Because I think that's the power bird in this class, and I don't think at this stage they think it's got a tail. While they're discussing this, they've got an update on the points as of class 26. Victoria 605, New South Wales 494, closely followed by Queensland on 484, South Australia 378, Western Australia 289, Northern Central Queensland 270, and Tasmania at 185.
So very close there between New South Wales and South Queensland, with only the 10 points separating them, and 19 points separating Western Australia and North Central Queensland, with Victoria look like they have an unassailable lead there. Okay, so we also have it looks like the judges are looking at the bird in cage C as well, Gary, in the hens class. Bird of Mal Lawns from South Queensland, so
looks unfortunate. Looks like we've got a DQ on cage G, Mark. We
so
have,
unfortunately, yeah, unfortunate for the owner of the bird in cage G, that bird has been disqualified. But as you could see, and we mentioned the quality of that bird, that was a
strong, powerful bird, and one of the front runners in the hens class up to the detection of a missing tail. So the boys are back to their own classes, and we have Class D sitting up front still on the
D,
white cap,
yep.
which is Kevio O'Callaghan, the Callaghan family.
So a little bit of shuffling there. They've just moved the birds in 3rd and 4th position in the white cap class. So we've had cage O move up into 2nd position for Roy Blair from Tasmania. A little bit more shuffling going on. Cage E in 3rd position for Sue Adams from South Australia. Cage J is in 4th position currently for Brenda Kamada from Western Australia.
So they're spreading. The first 5 are from different zones. That's a good spread across the zones.
So what have we got? We've got cage E. Okay.
Cage O is sitting well, showing itself quite well.
Okay.
A little bit of movement in the hens class.
On the top row, in the middle of the top row in the hens class, looked like there was a positional change there. So we've got D, O and E in that white cap class, and as soon as I mentioned that, Stevens moved O into 3rd position, and cage E for Sue Adams has moved up into 2nd position in the white cap class. Okay, it looks like the judges are back over in the hens class again.
Cage P.
Looking at a bird in cage P for the Bowl family for the South Queensland. Just want to check that what the bird's judges are looking for there.
Just had confirmation from the show manager there, but they're actually checking on the sear colour of this bird.
So as we explained earlier, that sear is above the bird's beak where the nostrils are positioned on the bird. Okay, so we can see John and Stephen went across, had a discussion, and moved back to the white cap class.
So it looks like they've all conferred and confirmed that the bird in the cart is a hen.
Yep, so they were happy with that.
People might be unaware, but sometimes cockbirds' sears can turn brown. With kidney issues, their sear actually turns brown, so that's probably why they were conferring to check that it wasn't a cockbird with a brown sear.
Yep, so that was cage P, so all's good. And we can see the judges in the white cap class, John and Stephen, swapping over the cages, so they're moving the bottom row to the top row to have a good look at those birds at eye level. We can see some lovely clean cap birds, birds carrying good spot in the white cap class. Always seems to finish a bird off nicely with a nice deep wide mask with good spot.
It is pleasing to see that this class, there's no head markings in any of these birds because the emphasis is on a clear white cap. So if we can do this for white caps on other normal variety birds, we should be able to do it on all birds.
Good point, Gary. Okay, so the judge is just standing back having a look at those birds in the white cap class. You can see most of the birds perching in the class. A couple of birds there in the top row and the bottom row on the floor of the cage. Okay, so we've moved across to the hens class. We're looking at cage I. So that's a bird of Ian Hunter's from Victoria. Just got a quick view of there. I'm not quite sure what position that was in.
The boys have quickly conferred in the white cap class and now reverting back to the top.
You can see that directional feather we've been talking about over the last 2 days on that bird that was just flashed up for us in the hens class, and yet again the bird in cage A for the Holmes family from South Australia. You can see that lovely feathering in the cap, rolling around the top of the sear, down the side of the sear. Good length of body on that hen.
Yes, a lot of distance, a lot of curl length on that hen. Stands
Wing
well up off the
markings,
perch.
good wing markings, good definition for a spangle. Cage C
Another strong, powerful hen.
belongs to Mal Lawn of South Queensland.
Very good variety for cinnamon as well. Deep cinnamon markings.
I'm not sure what cage that number is, but
I think that was the
may
same one
be
of
the
Mal
same
Lawn's.
bird. Yep. You can see that contrast between the brown colouring and the yellow in the wing of the cinnamon wing variety. Okay, so there's a little bit of movement on the bottom row in the hens class. Just a couple of positional changes there. And I'm pretty sure we still have the top row on top for the hens class.
Yes, we do it. They haven't been changed over as yet. We've had the birds checked from the bottom row to the top row.
In the white cap class. So I don't think we're too far away in the white cap class, to be honest. I think we're fairly close. Again, some more positional changes on the bottom row in the hens class. Okay, so it looks like cage I is currently in first position in the hens class. Cage A is in second. Cage C is in third. Cage D for M&D Gearing is in fourth. Can't quite make out fifth there. Yep, J is in fifth position. Alan Kent from South Queensland. There's just some more positional changes there on the bottom row. Look like O has moved up some positions. Cage O for Ian Hunter from Victoria. So Ian Hunter has actually got all three hens representing Victoria, which is quite a feat in itself. He currently has the bird in first position. Okay, so
Peter's now
taken the bird that was in 11th position up to compare to the bird in 10th by the looks of it. Just doing that comparison between the two birds side by side, cage Q and cage L. So the bird in cage Q, Norm Wheatley, and the bird in cage L, the Holmes family from South Australia.
Okay, so they've reversed that.
Those
bird,
positions, yep, they've changed positions, so they've moved cage Q down to the bottom row, and it was, from memory, losing my memory now, cage L, back up into the top row. So we can see they have the paddle in one of the cages there, just trying to steady the bird, get it relaxed and on the perch. Give it a chance to put its best foot forward.
Yes, it's quite obvious that the most of the hens on the top row are all big, solid hen birds. And it takes size in the hens class to normally win this class. The birds have to have substance, length and shoulder size, as well as a good feathering in the top end. Even on those angles there on the camera, you can see how much of that show box those hens are filling up. Good sized birds. So I think we've made the decision on the white cap, so we're looking at cage G, O'Callaghan family. Current positions there are cage D, cage E, cage O and cage J. So we haven't written on the cages yet, but currently O'Callaghan family in first position, Sue Adams in second. So here we go, cage D. Congratulations to the O'Callaghan family, winners of the white cap class. Second place, Sue Adams in cage E from South Australia. Third place, cage O, Roy Blair from Tasmania. Fourth place, cage J, is Brenda Kamada from Western Australia. Cage H is in fifth position, and that is Vic Murray from Victoria. Sixth position to cage K, Eric Whitten from New South Wales. Cage L is in seventh position, Peter McElroy from North Central Queensland. Cage T in eighth position is Roy Blair from Tasmania again. Cage A is in ninth position, Andre Uzo, New South Wales. Cage F in 10th position is Ian Murfitt from Tasmania. Okay, so bottom of the second row, we're just having a look there at the next position. 11th page, cage N, Barbara Kelly. P in 12th position, O'Callaghan family. Cage S in 13th place, Andre Uzo. 14th place, cage B for Sue Adams from South Australia. 15th place is cage R for Vic Murray again from Victoria. Cage U is in 16th place. It's his D Tui from Victoria. Cage C is in 17th place. It's Mick Buter from South Queensland. Just missed that one there, sorry. Cage Q, cage I. C. Thomas from Western Australia in cage I in 19th. Cage M. Cage M. Well, we have the results for the white cap class. Western Australia. So congratulations to our O'Callaghan family. That's the last two national shows that the O'Callaghan family has won this class. Congratulations to Sue Adams running second in this class, and the third place in this class was Roy Blair from Tasmania. So congratulations to all exhibitors of the Australian White Cap class. And we're going to hear from Dave Ganser with the official positions in that class.
Results of Class 28, the Australian White Cap. First, cage D. Second is cage E. Third is cage O. Fourth is cage J. Fifth is cage H. Sixth is cage K. Seventh is cage L. Eighth is cage T. 9th is cage A. 10th is cage F. 11th is cage N. 12th is cage P. 13th is cage S. 14th is cage B. 15th cage R. 16th cage U. 17th cage C. 18th cage Q. 19th cage I. 20th cage M. And cage Q is disqualified.
So they were the positions or placings in the white cap class. So we've only got the hens class to go. We should be hearing from the judges shortly in regards to comments on the white cap class, and that leaves us just the results in the hens class to come when the judges have made their decisions. So I wouldn't think that's too far away. We can see there the vision of the judges conferring on a bird in the hens class, and it looks like they've picked up cage Q, I think it is. Oh no, they might be reversing top and bottom. Yes, they are. Oh, that was a relief. I'm not quite sure what the judges were talking about there, but we're going to have Stephen Moe give us some comments on the white cap class.
Right, this is the class that is an exhibition class this year, but from next year onwards it actually wins some points. So at this stage we still don't have a standard for it. So ultimately, provided the bird is a definite white cap, we're really just judging budgies. Okay, with that in mind, D, the winner, is a standout budgie. She's a beautiful hen, she has all the directional feather that you want. She didn't put a foot wrong and was an easy winner. She's a cinnamon. Some people say, well, you know, you get suffusion running through the top, and so the white's not as predominant as it is on the straight normals. But because we haven't got a standard at the moment, that's how we saw it, and she's a clear winner. The second bird is another cinnamon, the same scenario. The only difference between the two, she doesn't have as much up the top as the winning place bird. We now get down to the normals. And look, he's a lovely budgie, but just doesn't have as much as those in front of him. Here we go, cinnamon again. Now this is a different style of bird. This has got the push and the directional feather at the top, but he doesn't have the body length that you require. So that's why he's there. The hen, she's a lovely hen. Big, strong shoulders, the most ideal breeding hen of the lot perhaps. She just doesn't have the feather length at the top and the push to make her stand out. Here we have where I ultimately think we're going to go further down the track. This is the first double factor in the class. The problem at the moment with the double factor, with this double factor, is the yellow just flows up through to the white a little bit, and so it's not as clear on the top as the single factors. But she's a nice strong hen. Good depth of mask, good spots, and then they tend to fall away from there. Unfortunately, the same problem that we've had all the way along, birds with no tails are put in, so that's why that's been put out. On behalf of John and I want to say thank you to South Australia for inviting us over. It's an absolute pleasure to be here when I know so many of our exhibitors around the country can't be. We've had a great time. It's been a wonderful show. It's been well organised, and it's the pinnacle of judging. It's so easy to judge because you've got good birds everywhere. So I want to thank you, and I'll just let John say thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to express my thanks as well. I've seen some incredible budgerigars here today as well as yesterday. I didn't judge the cinnamons, but there were some incredible birds there, and for me the pinnacle was that crest we saw today. That was just unbelievable. I thought I had a few good ones, but nothing anywhere near that. Well, thank you very much.
So we just heard from Stephen Moe and with comments on the white cap class, and also from both judges, Stephen Moe and John Mully, on conclusion of their judging for the weekend. I'm sure they've had a great time, and I'm sure they echoed that in their comments.
So we're just waiting now for the final selection on the hens class. I don't think we're too far away. The birds have been moved to, top to bottom, so now I think it's just the final check. And I think we'll have a winner quite shortly.
So the camera panning across, so we still have I in first position for Ian Hunter. We've got cage A in second position currently for the Holmes family from South Australia. Cage D is M&D Gearing from Western Australian's bird. Cage C currently in fourth position for Mao Lawn from South Queensland. Cage B in fifth position is another Ian Hunter bird. As you can see, they're all perching well, all showing their best attributes at the right time.
A good class of hens.
Really strong, really
Yes.
strong.
Congratulate all the owners of these birds because they're good quality budgerigars.
Always very competitive, the hens class at the Nationals. So it looks like we're getting close here. They're concentrating on cage I. Just can't see that wider shot with anyone picking a pen up that, but there we go, Ian Hunter.
Congratulations to Victoria and especially Ian Hunter.
Second place, the Holmes family. So well done to the Holmes family,
Yes.
a great result for them, second in the hens class. Cage D in third position, as we mentioned, M&D Gearing from Western Australia. Cage C in fourth position, Mao Lawn from South Queensland. Cage B in fifth position is Ian Hunter again from Victoria. Cage J, Alan Kent from South Queensland. Cage P is in seventh position, and that was the Bowl family. Cage E is in eighth position, and that was for Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland. Cage U in ninth position, John Barden from New South Wales. 10th position to Cage L, which is the Holmes family from South Australia again. 11th place to Cage O, which is Ian Hunter from Victoria again. 12th place to Cage Q, which is Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. 13th place to Cage R, Kokoski and Rice, South Australia. 14th place to Cage K, which is Steve Jacklin from Tasmania. Cage M is in 15th place by the look of it, they just write it on there, which is Alan Jeske from Western Australia. Cage N is in 16th position, and that is Ian Schneider from North Central Queensland. Cage F in 17th position, which is Jim and Judy Fletcher. Cage H is in 18th position, which is Andre Uze, New South Wales. 19th position, Cage S, J and N Goodall from North Central Queensland. Cage T was 20th position for Peter Cross of Tasmania, and the disqualification, the cage was Cage G.
So congratulations to the winner of the hens class, Ian Hunter from the Victoria. Cage runner-up, Cage Holmes family in cage 2, second position, and in third position, M&D Gearing from Western Australia. So congratulations to all those people, all those exhibitors, and a very good class of hens.
So we're going to hear from Dave Ganser with the official placings in the hens class.
The results of Class 27, hens. First, Cage I. Second, Cage A. Third is Cage D. Fourth is Cage C. Fifth is Cage B. Sixth is Cage J. Seventh is Cage P. Eighth is Cage E. Ninth is Cage U. 10th is Cage L. 11th is Cage O. 12th is Cage Q. 13th is Cage R. 14th is Cage K. 15th is Cage M. 16th is cage N. 17th is cage F. 18th is cage H. 19th is cage S. And 20th is cage T. And cage G was disqualified.
Just heard the positions on the hens class from Dave Ganser there. No doubt we'll hear from the judges Peter Thurn and Scott Erickson shortly with the comments on the class. So we will hang tight till we hear from them. And here we go. We got Peter Thurn coming up.
Okay, so we've just finished the judging of the hens class. Look, before I comment on the birds, just thank you so much on behalf of Scott and myself to the BCSA for putting this show on. I mean, obviously it's the first of its type, having this more virtual style of show. You know, the guys have done a fantastic job of making this work. It's run so smoothly, and I think the whole of the hobby is very appreciative of the work that's gone on behind the scenes to make this what it's been, and it's been an absolutely fantastic event. So thank you, BCSA. Thank you for the opportunity to come and judge at it. It's just been a really good experience from my perspective, and so well done. I want to thank Steve and John for allowing Scott and I to get to judge the hens. Because, I mean, you know, we all know that the hens class is probably one of the best classes in the show, and we had a bit of a discussion. They quite comfortably handed us the job of judging this, and we're really appreciative of these guys because it really is a thrill to be able to judge hens of this quality. We've got a group of hens at the top end of this class that are just fantastic. This first hen, who doesn't want to get up on the perch, normally she does. Someone has trained her awfully well. It's almost like you can just whistle her up. She's got the shoulder, she's got the outline, she's got the directional feather, she's got the mask impact. She is just one super hen. Like, you know, she takes a hell of a lot of beating, this budgie, I tell you. Yeah, credit to whoever's bred her because that is just one hell of a budgie. I feel sorry for the owners of these because, you know, they've come up against an awesome bird today. She's probably just got that advantage in shape and posture and an overall deportment over this really lovely modern Spangled hen we have in second. You know, she is a big, strong-shouldered sort of a hen with lovely directional feather. But as I say, she just doesn't have quite the outline of our winning hen. It's probably the modernness around the face of this hen in second that carries her over this really big, powerful hen in third. She's got, the hen in third's got all the back skull in the world. She's got just a strong shoulder. She's good off the perch when she gets up, and she's doing it right now for me. But she probably just doesn't have that modern feature around the top end. It's her power that gets her over this nice modern hen we've got down here in fourth. Again, another hen with a nice outline, and it's her outline that takes her over this hen that's got beautiful feather release that we have down here in fifth. You know, 5 really big thumping hens. You can go down even a little further, you know. The size and scale of this hen and that feather release gets her over a really modern but somewhat hot and cold hen we've got down in sixth. She's a lovely hen when she releases, but she probably doesn't have quite the shoulder to run with this girl. And it's probably the overall completeness of this hen in sixth that takes her over this big thumping yellow-faced cinnamon hen down here in seventh, who really is a nice style of hen, but probably at times just lets herself down in outline. Look, there's beautiful hens all the way through. I mean, she's not a big thing, but the hen down there in 10th in KGL's got a beautiful face. She's a really quality breeding hen, I think. The bird down in G, look, she's got an abundance of feather. We really struggled to see some tails. I think the carers that have prepared that bird, have done their best to try and get the bird across the line. But we really did struggle to see what we could identify clearly as a primary tail on that hen, which is unfortunate. She is a quality exhibit. I'm disappointed for the owner because, you know, she would have finished quite comfortably somewhere up here. But that's the way it goes today. So congratulations to the winners. Congratulations to the BCSA for a great job.
Okay, so we just heard the comments there from Peter Thurn, and I'm sure we're going to hear from Scott as well about comments over the weekend.
I'd just like to say exactly what all the other judges have said. Great show, great budgies, great event. Sorry everyone else can't be here, but hopefully we might have trained some more people from the virtual part that will come to the show next time the actual full show on in Victoria. I think the next one is. But yeah, congratulations to everyone who even got a bird here. Doesn't matter what, first or last, just well done to everyone. Thank you for inviting me.
Heard a few words there from Scott Erickson, one of our judges for the weekend, and it looks like we're going to hear a few words from Peter Glastonbury from the Budgerigar Council of South Australia, our hosts for this weekend show.
Then the awarding of the Logies to the winners.
Well, as President of the ANBC and the BCSA, I would like to thank everybody for attending. I realise a lot of people haven't been able to come because of the COVID situation, but the most important thing that we've looked at in a very short space of time is actually running a show. It's been a long time, a couple of year hiatus since the show was run in Brisbane, and importantly, one thing I noted is the actual quality of the birds. We seem to have a lot more depth in the classes, even in that last couple of years. The strength that's coming out in the birds seems to be improving all the time, and that's a really good thing for our hobby. We have a couple of minor official matters that we have to... Everything's coming in together. It's all coming in at the last time, and that's bloody wonderful. But we've got a couple of official presentations just to make that we would normally do at a very large official function on Sunday evening. So without further ado, I'll get on to the first of those, and that is a small token of our esteem to the judges for their efforts over the last 2 days, and Lee will actually bring them forward. First one we've got, Lee.
John Mulley.
John Mulley. Where are you, John boy? Come here, come here. These are presentations for actually attending and conducting the judging at the event. Thank you very much. You can keep the box, yeah, that's one we don't have to take away. Second one is Stephen Moe. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you.
Here.
You get to take that too, mate.
Tubby.
Which is Tubby?
The smaller Tubby.
The two Tubbies. Junior Tubby. Scotty Erickson, all the way from North Queensland. Thank you very much for your efforts during the weekend. And last but not least, the big fella. I know he couldn't do the auction this year, so we gave him something else to do instead. Peter Thurn, thank you very much. Congratulations, mate. Thank you. The other minor thing, that, apart from a couple of presentations of the Logies, the ANBC has an honour roll. The ANBC has an honour roll, and one of the honour rolls is for the winning of events and that sort of thing. We've got one person here today who's gone bloody close, been race laid, 4 in one day. That's not a bad effort, and I think he deserves a clap. But But the other, yeah, you're not getting anything. You've got to get that last one, like a few of us around the place. The other thing is an honour roll in, well, what should we say? It's really a presentation to people for the effort that they put in over the number of years. And a few of these have been handed out during the years gone by, and I was lucky enough to get one myself. But we've got two today to give out. One, unfortunately, the person wasn't able to be here. And I'll just read out a couple of little things about this first person we're talking about. He's been involved in the fancy for a long, long time. He joined up first in the 80s, and he's been involved in his zone ever since. He's been appointed to the National Judging Panel in the late 80s, and he's also been on the National Judging Panel in 1993. He judged at 5 competitions overall in that time, which is a good effort. And this will probably give it away, but he's actually judged in Germany as well. He's been a member of the Management Committee for 2 decades. He holds the position of President of the SQBBA. He's been there at least 10 years. He's been the National President, and today he's been one of their team carers, and it's not the first time he's done that either. He's been a contributor in all facets of the ANBC, and we'd like to invite Neil Love. Congratulations, mate. Yeah, you get one in the good box and one in the poor box. Unfortunately, these have been held off for about 4 years. They've been nominated in years gone by, and because of COVID, we haven't been able to present them. The other one that we want to present today, even though the person's not here, is virtually the same as Neil. He's been involved since the 80s. He's a national judge. He's judged 4 national competitions. He's travelled overseas to Europe and England on several occasions. He's been a member in the zone here in South Australia for over 20 years. And when you consider the council's only been going 20 years, it's a really good effort. I'm getting a bit choked up, that's why. He's been active for many, many years in the judging scene, the standards. He actually rewrote the standard for the ANBC. He's been a contributor on an annual basis, even though he hasn't been actually physically able to come to some of these things. But he's actively involved in everything here in South Australia, and that person is Nigel Congress. And I'll ring him in a minute. He might even be on the live feed, I don't know. The other thing, just last but not least, is to let you know the final scores.
You got to do it in your best Bruce Buffer voice too.
I don't know whether I can do this in a Mexican voice for those people south of the border. Victoria's final score, 629. Surprisingly, South Queensland, 504. New South Wales, 501. South Australia, 397. WA, 309. North Queensland, 280. And Tasmania, 190. To all those states and zones, and the carers that they have sent here for the weekend to represent their states and zones, I thank you very, very much. We're not going to do a full presentation of the Logies, only the people that are here. And there are 4 people here. I don't know who's going to take this pole here, because I know Slady only came in his small wife's car. So, but if you count that up, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, and then the 4 from Ray Slade, the BCV has actually, to my knowledge, topped the number of Logies with 15. I don't think it's ever been that high, and I think it's a brilliant effort on their part. Yeah. So the actual Logies, as I said, BCV of 15, SQ 5, New South Wales 3, 3, South Australia 2, WA 2, and North Queensland come in with a late one at the end there with 1. So the people who are actually here, Spangled AOSV, Jeff Hibbett from South Queensland. Here he is, the little fella.
Trophy.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah.
I am over there.
And he's up there too. Congratulations.
Thank you. Everybody for the WA
Norm Whitley, wasn't it? The longest traveller we have, young Norm Wheatley from West Australia, with the fellow class. Well done, mate. Well done.
Thanks.
Well done. No, I won't drop it. I won't drop it. And we have one more here who's a single award winner and a couple of other close ones. The fella you've been looking at the back of all the time you've been here, because he's been working his butt off. The Holmes family. Right. And last but not least, if he could, he might have to bring up his band of cohorts to take these away. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that, what did we say then, Barry? Where's Barry's thing? Oh, shit. Where's the footnote?
Who's that for?
Barry Wise.
Where's he? South Australia. Well, you give him his. All right, look, while we're finding those for young Bazza, we'll get Slady up here again and congratulate him on an absolutely magnificent effort with the normal greens, the violets, the grey, and then the only one he really wanted to win, the Lacewing, but he's quite happy to take the other 3. I've already seen a photo on his face or his page. His wife's already cleared out the cabinet. The 2 shelves at the higher level are already ready for when he gets home. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry that we lost him to Victoria. Opaline and AOSV Opaline. Where's the Opaline? Oh, there it is. There. That's for WA. It's not got WA written on it.
I'm not taking them out again.
We have we have had a minor computer malfunction. That's why Barry's been wiped off the charts. But Barry, come forward. Opaline and the Opaline AOSV. Congratulations, mate. Congratulations. Okay, and without any further ado, I'd like to officially close the 46 Golden Cob Australian National Championship show. Thank everybody for being in attendance here and the work that you've done, and I hope it has been accepted well by the people on the live feed. I'm sure I've heard quite a few positive comments about the live feed from people on the phone already, that it's been an innovation that we've had to make and undertake because of COVID. Maybe some of the things we've presented to you this year will follow on into the future. But I think the one thing we really need to look forward is that the ANBC does move forward with the times. So thank you very much.